It still feels like yesterday that I was making a video about the anniversary of Doug Walker's stupid show, and got blacklisted by his fans over it. By far the most common defense that I've gotten for that, and the show as a whole, is that the Nostalgia Critic is a comedy, and that everything it does should be taken as a joke. No, Doug Walker does not get that excuse.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. This is a poor defense towards the Nostalgia Critic. Because even though it is true that he does make jokes and his reactions towards movies are exaggerated, his overall opinions on these movies are still legitimate.
Talking down to people who've been pointing out legitimate problems in his later videos, like in Christmas with the Cranks.
You completely missed the point of that video. The Nostalgia Critic wasn't insulting people with legitimate criticism towards him. The entire point of that video is the fact that both the new and old styles have their shares of problems. Neither style is perfect. I'm not sure how you could have missed that, since it was pretty obvious.
Capitalizing on fan requests to distract people from the Change the Channel situation, like the Emoji Movie, Boss Baby, and Angry Bird.
Now I will say that the Nostalgia Critic has gone downhill since the document was released. But how do you know he's making those videos as a distraction? I mean, seriously, how do you know that? This is nothing more than an assumption. Also, there is one very important thing that you seem to be overlooking. And that's the fact that Doug Walker is the main person to blame for the controversy. Mike was sure this. Now I must say that Doug Walker is completely innocent. No, of course not, he did some scummy things too. But what I am saying is that he is the main person to blame. Also, Doug Walker couldn't apologize even if he wanted to. Because he doesn't own the Nostalgia Critic anymore. Mike Bashir does. And he needs to keep making those Nostalgia Critic episodes in order to have money. As far as I know, he has no other source of income. And he needs money for food and to have a roof over his head.
They say he's a satirical take on angry, negative, nitpicky reviewers, and that he's supposed to be a pathetic man-child.
How exactly is the Nostalgia Critic a man-child? You mean because he gets angry at movies? It is common for a movie reviewer to get angry at movies. I'm subscribed to a lot of reviewers on YouTube who do that. So again, how exactly is the Nostalgia Critic being a man-child?
We start with the usual opening when we're immediately introduced to one of the episode's biggest problems.
Yeah, I'm Deadpool, I'm Deadpool, I'm Deadpool, I love chimichangas, I'm Deadpool.
And as you probably figured out, that means we have to put up with asshole cosplay Deadpool. That guy at every convention who thinks he's really funny because he has a Deadpool cosplay, but he's really just an annoying dick.
I'm Deadpool.
I know it's hard to notice at first glance, but the problem here is that Doug Walker is being a complete hypocrite here, taking advantage of a gimmick that he openly mocked in a previous episode. In the Green Lantern episode, he was basically doing this stupid commentary on Deadpool cosplay. I guess because Ryan Reynolds was the main character in that movie. He talks about how they think they're all cool and whatnot, basically saying that just because you're dressed as Deadpool doesn't mean that you can be intentionally annoying. And wouldn't you know it, he ends up trying to emulate that in the episode.
Now keep in mind that the Green Lantern review was made over a year before this episode was. Doug Walker could have easily changed his mind since then. But even if he didn't, how does the fact that he is being a hypocrite make the episode bad? He could easily still hate that gimmick, but used it in the episode anyway. How? Well, keep in mind that the Nostalgia Critic character is supposed to be annoyed for comedic purposes. Doug could have easily put Deadpool in there just so the Nostalgia Critic would get annoyed.
I know when it comes to these clipless episodes, they have to resort to using cheap costumes and copying scenes from the movie. I mean, they can't use footage from the movie because it's currently in theaters, despite that Suicide Squad was out on Blu-ray and DVD when that episode came out, so there was literally no point in making that a clipless episode.
Maybe he wanted to review Suicide Squad in that style. I mean, it makes sense if you think about it. He wanted to make fun of Suicide Squad in that style.
I know that it's a parody of Deadpool, but the reason that it works in the Deadpool movies and not these shitty sketches is because the self-awareness and self-mockery jokes are exclusive to Deadpool himself. In the movies, he's the only one who ever uses this type of humor, and it's organic to his character because of his personality and background. But here, every single character other than Deadpool is using them, so they don't even feel unique. They're not creative enough because every single character is just exploiting the gimmick at every single opportunity.
He clearly said in the review that he doesn't find the fourth wall breaking from Deadpool entertaining. So it makes complete sense why he would totally mock that. So it completely works for his review.
Holy shit! Deadpool! Like the actual Deadpool!
That's right, as close as our budget will allow.
Oh. How close?
Decent costume, clever writing, good-looking guy underneath.
Oh, okay. You know, on this trailer's got Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, wow, you're right. Well, why don't you use your clout with the crossover you did with them to get Reynolds?
Well,
I mean, the Deadpool on his trailer got over 20 million views. The one you did with them got, wow, almost 3.
I see your point.
I mean, with a connection that close, you surely must be able to work your charm and magic.
you have no idea the connections I have!
So let's get this podcast with sketches started. I assume you want to talk about my impact on R-rated comic book movies, box office growth, and groundbreaking fourth wall humor in the same sentence? Well...
Speeding the video up to an unbearable degree doesn't strengthen your point. In fact, all it does is make the video frustrating to watch.
And this is why I don't regret saying anything that I said in my review of Doug's Norma the North episode. These drawn-out sketches are without question the absolute worst thing that was added to the series. Aside from being painfully unfunny, they're just grinding the pacing of the episode to an exhaustingly slow level. When you go to an episode of The Nostalgia Critic, you expect him to review a movie, right? But instead, they have to spend 3 minutes on this stupid opening sketch. Despite being only 3 minutes long, it feels so much longer because of how blatant and repetitive the humor is.
Here's the thing, most of the times the sketches have something to do with the movie that the Nostalgia Critic is reviewing. For example, in the Son of the Mask review, the movie is so bad that it could be evil. And that's why making a sketch on how evil the movie is makes sense. And Cat in the Hat was clearly made mainly for the money. So it makes sense that review would have businessmen that talk about charts. So you see, the sketches do have a purpose. And even if you ignore the sketches, the Nostalgia Critic still does a solid job reviewing the movie.
What exactly was the novelty of these fucking things in the first place? I seriously want to know. Why did any single one of Doug Walker's fans ever find these charming or endearing or creative or witty? Because after 5 years of these stupid things, I'm completely sick of it.
I have noticed that usually when people say, how can anyone like this? They don't actually care about the opinion of others. Because finding out how somebody can like something is very easy. All you have to do is to listen to their fucking reasons. Anyway, if you hate the Nostalgia Critic, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. But in no way, shape or form is it acceptable to insult the fans. It's absolutely none of your concerns what other people like. It doesn't affect you one bit. So just let people enjoy what they want to enjoy and mind your own fucking business.
it opens with Deadpool as an assassin for hire who...
Whoa, really blowing the budget on this one, aren't you?
What? It's a decent-looking city.
Yeah, I'm clearly on top of a building. All one of 3 dimensions are clearly being explored here.
Look, buddy.
I wonder how far this ball can go. What do you think? 4, 5 rooftops I can bounce it off of? Oh no! An invisible force field impenetrable to Bad King.
You have 2 years to make your movies. We have 2 weeks.
Yeah, if I could quote Spoonie from his Tekken movie review, just because you acknowledge your effects are cheap and amateur doesn't change the fact that your effects are cheap and amateur. Alright, allow me to clarify. Self-deprecation humor can work, but it has to be done properly. The self-mockery has to have an attractive appeal to it in order to succeed. And there needs to be the notion that you're not willing to take yourself too seriously. It also has to be done scarcely, because doing it too much shows weakness in your esteem.
You are right that the Nostalgia Critic is hammering in the points that he has low budget, and the fact that Deadpool is being unoriginal with his breaking the fourth wall. But you aren't exactly that innocent either when it comes to repeating points. I will be getting into further detail on that when we get there.
Yeah, everything's going so good and we're so happy and we can think of baby names. I'm gonna die.
What?
I am totally gonna die. No girlfriend is this happy in the beginning of a movie without dying.
First of all, leave the fourth wall breaking to me, because only I seem to be able to do that.
Okay.
You see what I mean when I say that the fourth wall breaking is shit when more than one character is doing it?
Okay, why the hell are you talking about this clip now? You could have easily shown that clip earlier to prove your point. As a matter of fact, it doesn't make a lot of sense to talk about the biggest problems that you have with this Nostalgia Critic episode before even diving into it. You could have easily started talking about this now instead of earlier. That would make the video flow so much better.
You killed my only love. Now I'm gonna destroy you in the most horrific way possible.
And what are you going to do, Comrade Pizza Face?
To be fair, I probably could have put more thought into that.
Okay, given the mediocre way they imitate the scene, it shows how Doug completely missed the point of the truck scene. Deadpool didn't just push him in front of the truck. He hugged him and jumped in front of the truck with him. It was done to delve into Deadpool's character by showing how the loss of his love has left him broken and with nothing to live for. His plan was to die along with the gangster, but his powers keep him from dying.
He wasn't misunderstanding the scene, he was just being vague about it. And there's a big difference between not understanding something and being vague about it.
He becomes suicidal over the loss of Vanessa, but isn't even able to end it with his mutation bringing him back. That's part of the tragedy of Deadpool's character. He doesn't want to live anymore, but is forced to live on because of his powers. I know I'm getting into this one early, but this is probably the worst thing about the episode. Especially if you haven't seen the movie. They're just making shitty jokes about the scenes they're copying while completely misrepresenting them, coming across as highly misinformative.
Why does it need to go into detail on those things? Obviously, he didn't care much about those aspects of the movie. And just because he doesn't talk about things of the movie that you personally find important doesn't make the review bad. He's only talking about the aspects of the movie that interest him the most. You know, like a reviewer is supposed to do.
And before you say Nostalgia Critic is just entertainment and nothing else,
Probably goes without saying that this film is just as bad as the first, but this is an analytical review series, so just saying "bite me, you clog of ginger pubic hair" probably isn't going to be enough.
and there you have it. The Nostalgia Critic is meant to be seen as an analytical series. Doug is the creator after all, so by his word, it's officially canon. So if he can take his own crap seriously, so can I.
I get your point already. The Nostalgia Critic is trying to be a legit reviewer. So let me get this straight. It's not okay for the Nostalgia Critic to keep hammering in the points that Deadpool breaking the fourth wall is nothing special and the low budget. Yet it's totally okay for you to keep hammering in the point that the Nostalgia Critic is trying to be a legit reviewer. This is a case of hypocrisy that actually damages the overall quality of the video. Unlike the case of hypocrisy that you pointed out earlier.
They did terrible things to me in there, things that literally scarred me for life.
Note, we are aware this accent is terrible. Tamara's only exposure to New Zealand was an interview she saw with Peter Jackson about the Hobbit movies. We are sincerely sorry to all of New Zealand for this outrage, both the accent and the Hobbit movies.
So you can put together a half-assed apology to New Zealand for your crappy sketch, but can't make the time to apologize to all the people whose trust you broke or abused while working with Mike Machad? I know this has nothing to do with the episode itself, but considering recent events, it just makes the joke come across in really poor taste.
This is the definition of desperately looking for problems. Doug Walker should apologize, I will agree that much. But this apology has absolutely nothing to do with the Channel Avsum controversy. The only reason it has any connection at all is because you are making that connection.
I'm in the film now!
What the hell is this?
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention I used my portal gun to bring in other self-aware characters to emphasize how original you are. You want to break the fourth wall? I literally break it beyond!
Do I need to go back to my first argument on why this is bullshit again? We get it. Deadpool wasn't the first fourth wall breaker. And guess what? Neither was Freakazoid. The comparison he's making here doesn't even work because Deadpool was created long before Freakazoid was.
So? I mean seriously, how does the fact that Deadpool came before damage the quality of the skit in any way, shape or form? It doesn't. So yet again, you are desperately looking for problems.
This is just another example of how the sketches just go on and on and on. They needlessly take up so much time that could be spent on breaking down the movie, and it just comes across as pointless filler.
Freakazoid wasn't just included in the skit in order to hammer in the point that Deadpool breaking the fourth wall is unoriginal. That is one of the reasons, but it's not the only reason. The other reason is because obviously Doug Walker thought that would make the video entertaining. Whether it was entertaining or not is completely subjective. I personally find it entertaining, but whether you do or do not like it, it doesn't change the fact that this wasn't pointless at all.
Right the hell out of nowhere, a character from a dystopian future sees his Kentucky Fried family and journeys back in time because Russell is the one who kills them. Now in the movie, this is just Roland playing Cable, but truth be told, we don't have anyone quite as awesome as that, so we went for the next best thing.
I am Cable Boner. I take it I have to watch the show to know what this is.
He's a reoccurring character, yeah.
Oh cool, another crappy character being brought back specifically for fan service. Okay, so why is it that I don't like Devil Boner even though he's an original character created by Doug and not something from another work? Well, here's the thing. The character himself could work, except that he's being portrayed by Doug Walker, and my reasons for not liking that aren't exactly what you might think. Doug has played the nostalgia critic for so long that it's literally the only character that can possibly be associated with him. It's his entire trademark that he plays this screeching, immature, nitpicky movie reviewer, so taking him out of that comfort zone prevents him from fulfilling another role. Whenever you see Devil Boner, you're just seeing a watered-down clone of one of Doug's other characters. The voice acting just isn't convincing because of how impossible it is to differentiate the two. You're just hearing the nostalgia critic trying to sound like a metal singer or a biker gang member with a sore throat.
Well, what the hell did you expect? The nostalgia critic is a fucking web series. So of course the acting isn't that great. Were you really expecting acting of the same quality as mainstream movies? If so, that's very illogical. Oh, and by the way, you do hate him for exactly the reason that I think. Because you do think that the nostalgia critic is bad no matter what.
But killing him won't fix anything. It'll just turn you into a supervillain. A supervillain with the name Russell. And that's just uncomfortably weird.
He did have a name besides Russell, you know. He called himself Fire Fist.
Yeah, but in what point of the movie was that name used? I don't recall it being used once in the movie.
And let's go start X-Force. You in, Cable?
Well, I did dedicate my life to saving my family.
But they seem to be okay now.
That's true, and I suppose nothing bad can happen to him in an apocalyptic future. Sure, why not?
Cable chose to stay behind because he wanted to look for a way to prevent the apocalyptic future from happening in the first place. He doesn't just leave them to struggle in a dystopian setting because he's going to try and stop it.
So it turns out this was family fiction. But Deadpool ends the film by stealing Cable's time-traveling device and saving Vanessa in the past.
You saved me, stopping everything from happening, including X-Force.
Did I, though? Did I?
I don't know. Did you?
No, he did not stop everything from happening. The only thing that was retconned was Vanessa's death. As we see in the mid-credit scene, the events of the X-Force being summoned to pursue Fire Fist still happened. And they still end up dying except for Peter, who Deadpool saves. Which would mean that everything else that happened still ended up happening. They still experience all that stuff, and even if Deadpool already knows what's gonna happen, he still has the memories of everything he went through, so the character development is still intact. That's like 4, possibly 5 times in a row they misrepresented scenes from the movie for the sake of a stupid joke. I don't know whether if Doug is just being ignorant or if he didn't pay attention to the movie or if he simply has the memory of a goldfish, but for him to call this a review of Deadpool 2 when he's misrepresenting events from the film this much, it kind of makes all of those upvotes a little bit more painful to look at.
You know, I hate it in general when people make a big deal out of a lot of people liking a video. If you don't like a video, that's fine. But people aren't wrong for liking a video that you don't like. Because after all, whether a video is good or not is entirely subjective. The reasons behind liking or hating a video can be objective, but whether a video is good or not can't be. People like something that you don't like. Get the fuck over it. And also, you might be wondering how people can still support the nostalgia critic despite the Channel loves some controversy. Well, I will gladly tell you. Have you ever heard the term of separating the art from the artist? Just because people like the nostalgia critic doesn't mean that they support the controversy surrounding Channel loves some. As for me personally, I don't approve of any of the controversy. But I still watch the nostalgia critic and enjoy him because he is still, in my opinion, the best movie reviewer on the internet.
You know I've had it up to here, Dr. Fine.
Doesn't matter how big you are, you're still Family Guy in a Spider-Man costume.
Comparing Deadpool to Family Guy is an insult, good sir.
The comparison makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Because there is one thing that Family Guy and Deadpool 2 have in common. They both have references that don't relate to the story in the slightest. Now, of course, the major difference is, in Deadpool 2, it's actually fucking funny, unlike in Family Guy. But my point still stands.
Hi. You might have noticed at the end of Deadpool 2 there was no after-credit sequence, wasting the time of millions of pissed-off fans.
Hey, guys, the episode is over. You can just skip over to the charity shout-out.
So, this one's for you.
This isn't that good.
Yeah, shawarma kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Was this supposed to be the lunch that cost $3,500 if you supported that shitty Indiegogo campaign? Well, at least it wasn't my money that was wasted.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that was very scummy of him to do. Most people don't have $3,000 to burn. And even if they did, they would much rather use it for something more useful, such as a car.
I've also stolen the present for you. Open it up.
Are you sure it's safe? Like there's not a bomb or anything in there?
Does MTR look like a fucking terrorist? Yes, it is one of the nicest people in the commentary community. Now, I'm aware that this skit is supposed to be taken 100% seriously. But the thing is, this doesn't really work. If someone who has no track record of being evil, and MTR really hasn't been in any commentary before this, would give someone a fucking bomb. Even assuming that he would makes no sense to me.
Our target today is a well-known commentator / movie reviewer in this community called Blaze the Movie Fan.
Yeah, well known. Unfortunately, it wasn't in a good way though back in 2018. I mean, granted, I wasn't nearly as hated in the commentary community back in 2018 as I was in 2016. But I wasn't exactly considered a good commentator by the commentary community back then. The fact that I was well known for being a bad / mediocre commentator is really nothing to be proud of. But hey, at the plus side, now in 2020, many people in the commentary community who are active now say that they really fucking enjoy my video thought series. And honestly, I couldn't be happier. After I made that video talking about how I want to be respected in the commentary community, many people in that community reached out to me and told me that they do think that my videos are actually pretty damn good. Which I appreciate for sure. Hell, even someone had the idea of making me apply to the Cloud Palace. I was rejected, of course, which I expected. But the fact that someone thought that I was fucking qualified to be in that group, and also told me that many people in that group enjoy my videos, is something that I appreciate for sure.
He made a commentary on the Irate Gamer's review of Tetris, which is now 9 years old.
I know this is a nitpick, but I need to point this out. 2018 minus 2007 does not equal 9. It equals 11. Now, to be fair though, this is a minor mistake, and it's very easy to overlook this while previewing a video. But I just wanted to point this out.
It was new, original, and widely popular to people around the world.
Hold on a minute, new and original, isn't that a bit redundant? I mean, I know that new and original don't have the exact same definition, but they still have a very similar definition. This is like saying, this is good and I like it.
No, not really. The definitions of new and original are not as similar as you're making them out to be. Something being new refers to how recently it came out, while something being original depends on how different it is from its counterparts. Something being new does not automatically imply that it's original. Heck, it's entirely possible for something to be new while still being unoriginal. Look at Jurassic Park Fallen Kingdom, for example. It just came out last month, but not only is it another Jurassic Park movie, it's also another action movie that revolves around dinosaurs. So I would argue that it was somewhat necessary for the Irate Gamer to make that distinction in order to show that Tetris was not only new, but unique as well.
I see what you mean, but the reason why I thought original and new have similar definition, and I still do by the way, what you said here didn't convince me otherwise, is because original means that it is unlike something that has never been done before. And something being new is literally something that hasn't been done before. Those things kinda go hand in hand. I will admit that you do bring up a great point on how something can be new, while at the same time being very similar to what was made before. But yeah, that was my reason as to why I thought these were similar.
The same issues can be said for It's Good and I Like It. As shown later on within the video as an example, there can be something that can be very bad but you like it. Ever heard of the phrase, it's so bad that it's good? If not, then I suggest watching The Room as another example, as that's considered to be a cult classic.
But good, and I like it, still go hand in hand. At the top of that, I have seen a lot of movie reviews over the years, and have literally never heard anyone say that they like something which they don't think is good. How the hell can you say that you like something without thinking it's good? I know you bring up an example of The Room, but the thing is, when people say that it's so bad that it's good, they aren't necessarily saying that they are liking the movie overall. They just like how fucking funny it is. A lot of people say that it's funny for all the wrong reasons. But most of those people don't really like the movie, but they enjoy it for all the wrong reasons. And honestly, there's a difference between enjoying something and liking it. As for what I think of it personally, I hate the movie. But I only hate it because it's supposed to be taken seriously. If it was meant to be a comedy from the start, it really would be one of the greatest comedies of all time.
But what does the word Tetris actually mean? And what is a Tetris? Well, believe it or not, this actually comes from the Greek word tetra, which means segments containing 4 pieces. And wouldn't you know it, every shape in this game is made up of only 4 blocks. Cool.
I decided to do my own research to find out if this information is accurate, and I was shocked when I found out that this information is indeed very accurate. That leads me to believe that the claim that he didn't do a lot of research wasn't accurate in the slightest. I have a feeling that people only say it because everyone else was saying it. And if that is true, I feel very sorry for Chris Bors, because that just proves that he didn't deserve all the backlash he got back in 2007.
Hi, I'm Luxter, someone who wasn't following the commentary community until 2016, and in turn has never watched any commentaries on the Irate Gamer before. Could you tell me who it was that was making these claims? I'm just saying, if you're saying that it's likely that certain claims made against the Irate Gamer were false or unjustified, the very least you could do is tell us about some of the people who were making these claims. Because not doing so leaves new audience members in the dark with no idea on how bad the backlash was. We just kinda have to take your word for it.
Firstly, I would like to say that you are absolutely right. Making a video thinking of the possibility that a newcomer can stumble across it is very important. And the fact that I didn't give enough information about the Irate Gamer in my original commentary was a problem. As for what you're asking, well, unfortunately most of those videos are long gone. Thankfully though, there are a few videos still around that were made critiquing the Irate Gamer. These are videos by Silent Rope, Asia Larry, and Shazil11. I will link all of them in the video description below. But that's unfortunately as far as I can go, because like I said, most of the videos critiquing him are long fucking gone from the internet. It sucks, but that's how it is.
Even then, Root, you showed us one instance where you did this research. That's great, GG, good job, have a chocolate chip cookie.
Oh, can I have?
No, you haven't deserved one yet. Anyways, couldn't one argue that there are other times where he doesn't really do his research? This one instance doesn't entirely mean that he's fully guilty that he couldn't have done some of the other research within either in this video or in his other videos.
Alright, you want more examples of when the Irate Gamer got this information accurate? Alright, I will name many instances of the Irate Gamer getting his information correct in videos he made between 2007 and 2011. Why not anything more recent? Well, because then I would be stating the fucking obvious, since no one can really dispute that his recent reviews are legitimately good. In his Yo Noid review, he gave very useful information about the Yo Noid. The information he provided about the Aladdin games is accurate. And I don't mean when he was actually playing the fucking game. I mean when he gave brief history in the beginning of the video. His information on what happened to Super Mario Bros. 2 in his review of that was also accurate. And the information he provided in his Where's Waldo review was accurate as well. Now I haven't done my own research to confirm if the information in those videos was accurate or not. But do you know how I know the information in those videos is accurate? Well, it's because a lot of people commented on those videos along with many of his others. And people pointed out a lot of problems. So the humor fails, how he is incompetent at the game, how he nitpicks the games. But no one ever called him out on getting information wrong. So it's safe to say that he didn't. The only thing that can be argued is inaccurate information in his Super Mario Bros. 2 review, when he said that Toad has no abilities and when he confused predecessor with successor. The former was a legitimate problem with the video. I can't defend that. But the latter was a simple mistake that anyone could have made. He wasn't technically wrong, he just used the wrong term. By accident.
They even give you the option of picking out your own choice of background music. So, it's pretty much like a jukebox. I wonder if they have anything by Van Halen. Bitchin'!
I wish this would really happen in the game, but unfortunately the NES is an 8-bit console, so it can't produce music like that.
Hi, Blaze. Guess who decides to take the point seriously? I'll give you a hint. It's you.
To be fair, I guess Blaze's point might have actually been a joke, given how he said that he came up with new jokes and skits to use in the video, but if that was the case, A, your delivery is no different from the times you were joking, as we'll see in your skits, and B, what's the joke here? Oh, it's an 8-bit console, it can't do that. Where's the punchline? It's just pointing out the obvious with no real comedic reaction to it. So between your delivery and your supposed joke not having much to it other than just stating the obvious, this comes off more like an actual point rather than a joke.
Now besides the skits, all of the points I made in the video, they're serious. Though I can't exactly blame you for not knowing that, considering that I have made interjections that are clearly meant to be jokes before. Anyway, this was not meant to be a critique towards the video. It was just a comment towards it. Now, you might be wondering what substance it serves. I will try to explain. You see, I was just pointing out how I wish this could happen in the real world. That's it. There isn't more to my comment than just that. It does add to the video science. This is a what-if scenario of some sort. And yes, I was fully aware that it was a joke. I wasn't taking a joke seriously, I was just making an additional comment.
Score really big, and you'll even get the maidens to come out for a bit. Hey baby! Hey, call me sometime!
Let me say something. What the hell are you doing out of the video? Get the fuck back into the video. I have something to say. I have absolutely no respect for cunts like the irate gamer. Okay, what a disrespectful cunt. That's not how you treat women. I mean, what the hell is his problem? I said, get the fuck back into the video. Fine.
What? Did I just witness the holy matrimony of Blaze's acting? Oh my... Oh... Oh my god. I need a breather. Oh my gosh. Luxter, you take the point. I just can't.
Well, it's a good thing you left, because this was meant to be funny.
Okay then. In all seriousness, this skit is hilarious for all their own reasons. Not only is the way you deliver the skit no different from the way you deliver your points, but you don't even try to sound any different from the Tetris lady here. Compare this to one of Ryan's skits, where he interacts with the character that he voices.
Banana! What? He got me banana! He got you a banana? Go take that home! Wait, you're gonna take it home?
Notice how Ryan sounds different from the other character he's voicing here? I don't think people would find this skit nearly as funny if Mukisuki sounded exactly like Ryan, because that would just give the impression he was talking to himself. With that said, however, I'm not expecting Ryan or Digital Ty levels of acting here. Rome wasn't built in a day, after all. But the least you could do is make your voice sound a bit higher or speak in a falsetto in order to give some difference here. Even Umbris got this right on his commentary on Broken Common, and yeah, that video got a lot of criticism due to how poorly the Miyu character was implemented, but at the very least, there was some differentiation between the two characters' delivery.
Alright, there are a few things that I want to say. First of all, I am fully aware that my skits are shitty. Compared to skits that a lot of other fucking YouTubers make, they really aren't that good. I'm much better at making videos where I actually discuss stuff. That is exactly the reason why I focus more on discussion videos on my channel than skit videos nowadays. And yes, my skit videos don't take much effort. I'm aware of that. But they are mostly made for fun and are just some filler content to hold people over while I work on some videos that take actual effort. Now the second thing that I want to point out is that it's not really that difficult to know who is talking in my skit videos. It's very easy to figure it out. How do you figure it out? Well, it's simple. The fucking speech bubbles inform you who is talking. Now someone might make the argument that it would be impossible to tell if you just have those skit videos in the background. And you know what? You'd be right. But guess what? My skit videos aren't supposed to be listened to in the background. That's not what they're for. They're supposed to be watched. Unlike my discussion videos, which can easily be played in the background. Being funny is the main intentions of my skit videos, as well as skits in my videos in general. But what I say is the most important thing in my discussion videos, which most of my channel consists of.
They just keep dropping down on you, and there's no way to stop it. What the hell?
That's so fucking funny.
I'm sorry, did I just now hear the voices of children screaming in agony?
Oh, come on, his laugh was not that bad.
Wait, since when did I mean by that? No, what I really meant was the children screaming in agony of boredom. Like, Blaze, I'm sorry, but what you're essentially doing is making the point that's agreeing with someone, without bringing in anything new to the table or giving out an explanation as towards why that's the overall case.
Judging from what you said in some of your recent videos, I get that you think bringing up positive aspects of a video is important to helping someone improve, but can you at least try to explain why those aspects are positive and touch on the elements that make it work? Because that would actually tell your target what they're doing right. If all you have to say is, "That's funny," that doesn't really give your target anything to go off of. It's the equivalent of a commentator saying that their joke isn't funny, and just leaving it at that, with no further explanation.
Alright, I will admit that I could have elaborated more. But first I need to point out that even though agreeing and finding something funny is similar, they aren't the same thing. I mean, I can easily find something funny, but completely disagreeing with the message that joke is trying to get across. But anyway, regarding your main point. Honestly, I have a very hard time explaining how something is funny aside from just saying that it makes me laugh. I know it's a fucking problem with me, and usually when I review something that's funny, I don't go into further detail as to why it's funny, but instead talk about different aspects. I honestly don't even fucking know how to explain how something is funny. Yeah, it is a problem with me, I am willing to admit that.
Too long didn't listen version. Congratulations on making a pointless interjection.
First off, let me just say that it's completely understandable why you think I would make pointless interjections. I had a bad habit of doing that in 2018, and I still have that bad habit even now in 2020. But this was not a pointless interjection. It actually added something of value to the discussion. You know what that was? A reaction. That laugh was a reaction towards what I saw. And honestly, I think it's a good thing that it's there, since it shows that I did find this joke funny. But you two are right though, that I could have handled this better.
Now this may be a stupid question, but what the hell is going on over here? Every time a block is dropped, these little bars go up. Now I know when you play a two-player game, this side becomes the second player side. But does this stuff actually mean anything? Will something actually happen if I get all these bars to the top of the screen? I'm not sure, but I think it's time we find out. Can you guess what happens next? I'm not gonna believe it. Absolutely fucking nothing! You ass biter! How damn pointless was that? Why the fuck is this even here? I mean, why not post a warning for this kind of shit? Something like warning. These bars are fucking pointless. That's all I ask.
Did you really expect something big to happen when those reach the top? The purpose of these bars are very fucking obvious. They're statics that are there to show you how much of each type of blocks you have destroyed.
Blaze, you're wrong. It's not towards how much you've destroyed. It's actually how much blocks you've dropped / currently dropping. Like, you are right on how it's supposed to be for statistics and that's really it. But Irate Gamer is technically right in that aspect of how it's the blocks being dropped, as he actually stated within the clip.
Yeah, to be honest, looking back, I really should have double-checked before I made the point. I am ashamed of the fact that I didn't.
Well, Tetris was created by a guy in Russia.
A guy in Russia, you say? Well, let's go over there and meet him, shall we?
Oh no, not again.
Wow, my skits are really that fucking bad. Who would have known? Yes, how can I help you? I would like to buy one ticket to Russia. Russia? What the hell will you be doing there? I'm there to meet some guy in Russia. Alright, fair enough, this will cost you. Hello, how can I help you? Yes, I'm looking for some guy in Russia. That's me. Really? Yep, my name is some guy in Russia even though I am an American. Cool, let me ask you something. Go ahead. Is it true that you made the Atari Tetris game? Sure did, but that was such a long time ago. Alright, fair enough. Anyway, back to the commentary.
Okay, so not only does this skit have the same problems as the last one, but if I could bring up something that I didn't touch on then, that would be the pacing. The way you converse with your characters doesn't feel natural to how they always start talking after the sentence is finished. Most conversations tend to have some pauses in between, where the people involved react to the information they've been told. Cutting every single pause out of the conversation not only makes your skits come off as stilted, but it causes the entire skit to go at the same pace. Which means there's no time to let the joke sit with the audience, no build up to the main punchline, and therefore no funny moments that stand out. And that's not even mentioning how abrupt the ending of your skit was. You just take us out of the skit entirely and say, alright, back to the commentary, which was honestly pretty jarring. Timing and pacing is essential to comedy, and your skits need some serious work on both of these aspects.
You're right. In real-life conversations, people don't talk directly after someone else has talked to them. But if said conversation was recorded and then edited and put on a YouTube video, of course the pauses would be cut out completely. And that's exactly what happened here. I'm not sure why that's so hard to figure out.
It's really annoying because there's nothing worse than having things just dropping down on you. Whoa!
Now I can tell that a lot of effort was put into this, and it looks good. And I'm not referring to the fact that he made a sprite move in the video. I can easily make an image move, and that would take me 5 minutes at most in my editing software. But I'm referring to the sprite itself. There is of course a possibility that Crispers made the sprite himself from scratch. And if that is true, he sure put a lot of effort into making it, since this didn't look like it was easy to draw at all. But even if he didn't, it still looks fucking awesome.
What? Okay. First of all, no. Super Mario World would like to have a word with you on that. Secondly, I get for the fact that you're saying if it is true, but you got any proof on the matter that he made or edited the sprites? Because that's a pretty bold claim that's not apparent when you compare the two. And thirdly, good god is your wording here poorly managed. Like, bringing in the movement part is kinda unneeded and distracts from your overall point. Just mention the part about how he's editing the sprites and that's it.
You know, this point right here is the one that I am ashamed of the most. And it is on a face palm. Oh god. Seriously, what the hell was I thinking? I should have at least fucking asked someone if my information is accurate or not before making the fucking point and publishing it in a public video. Hell, I should have asked people to check over my script, period, since video gaming is not my strong suit. I'm not even that good at the Pokemon games, despite Pokemon being my favorite video game franchise. So yeah, this is the worst point that I made in the video, and I am so fucking ashamed of it. I should have known better than to make a blatantly wrong point that I did here. Come to think of it, there are far more good things I can say about this episode than there are bad things. Yeah, it's very easy to find positive aspects of an Irate Gamer episode if you look for them. The fact that there are many good things to find about an Irate Gamer show makes me feel sad that barely anyone gave him credit for doing anything right back in 2007. Most people who made videos on him back in 2007 were just talking about how fucking awful the Irate Gamer show is. And that is it. I'm sure people gave him credit for doing something right in 2012, but by then, the Irate Gamer was a dead topic. It truly is said that nobody gave him credit for doing anything right back when he was a hot topic.
Yes, Blaze, we get it. It's a shame no one gave Irate Gamer credit at the time. Do you really have to keep repeating this, though? Even ignoring how you're leaving your audience in the dark again by not telling us who these commentators were, you've already said this statement before, and you're going to say it again in your final thoughts. I get that you want to give credit where credit is due, but this is honestly just repetitive.
Yeah, you're right. Repeating myself in my video thought series, and my videos in general, is a bad habit of mine. And that bad habit unfortunately still remains true now in 2020. The reason why I repeated that point is because I was baffled by all the hate that Crispers got back in 2007. I still am, by the way, that hasn't changed. Now, I am not trying to excuse what I did because I agree with you. It is a legitimate problem with the video. I'm just giving a reason as to why I did that.
As for the video itself, I wouldn't necessarily say that's the worst commentary that you've made. I think there was like, I don't know, 1 or 2 points that you've made previously that was actually decent or something. And besides, I honestly think that your commentary on Clay Claymore was considered the worst, as I kinda still have a script for that.
Oh, there is something that I need to point out. about that. MTR did later on show me the fucking script he was working on with a friend of his on the video I made on Clay Claymore back in 2016. But I have to say something about that. I feel very fucking bad that it took me so damn long to finally getting around to seeing that fucking script. And to make matters even worse, I wasn't aware of the script until long fucking after I made my text commentary on my third channel analyzing it. It would have been so fucking great if I was aware of the problems much sooner, but it is what it is. And now, I know that my commentary on Clay Claymore back in 2016 is extremely problematic. Now, despite knowing the problems with the video, I have to say this. My opinion on Clay's original video hasn't changed at all in 4 years. I still think it's the second worst video, beaten only by his commentary on the Nostalgia Greek back in 2016, when he had no idea what the hell he was talking about when it came to fair use. Because the video was really pointless. It was. He spent more of the video talking about how fucking long that kid Douglas's video was, instead of actually arguing with his points. I still think it's fucking pathetic on his part.
Blaze, if I could bring up a couple of issues I have with your commentaries in general lately, it's how you go about praising the positive aspects of your target and the way you express your opinion on their video. A lot of your positive interjections more or less amount to, I like this, I thought this was good, which doesn't really give much in terms of criticism or advice. If you just want to express your opinions on a video, well, that's fine, but I'm not sure commentaries are the best way to do that. I've noticed you tend to structure your commentaries in a similar way that you do your reviews, and while both reviews and commentaries are centered around critique, commentaries tend to focus more towards debate than reviews do. And after so many interjections that have little to nothing to do with your target's points, it just makes me sit there thinking that your commentary would have worked better if it was a rant or a simple impressions video. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that you can't give your personal opinion in commentaries. Heck, the whole point of Final Thoughts is to express one's overall opinion on a video. But if you don't really have much to argue against a video you want to cover, like your commentary on Chris Stuckman, I'd recommend retitling your video Thoughts on Chris Stuckman's Empire Strikes Back review. Or something like that, since calling it a commentary implies that the video will be more argumentative than anything else. At the end of the day, these are just suggestions, but I do hope that you'll take what we have to say into consideration.
Now this right here is what convinced me to change the title of my commentary search to Video Thoughts. But looking back, I should have considered it a lot sooner. Johnny Rue, back then known as Jonah Smith, did make a similar point in her fucking video on me. And I really should have fucking listened to her. The fact that I didn't listen until Logster pointed it out did make me stubborn. And looking back, it was far nicer to me than I deserved back then. But honestly, that doesn't matter. The past is the past. And at least I did learn why people have a problem with subjective points and positive interjections in commentaries. But at least the first part. I still think it's very nitpicky to have a problem with a positive interjection. Anyway, my main point is, I should have considered changing the title much fucking sooner. Alright, it's time for my overall thoughts. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Movie Fan, and it's time for another commentary video. This time I will be doing a commentary on Smosh. Now I'm a huge fucking fan of the Smosh. They make videos that are very entertaining and over the top. Their videos are also incredibly dumb, and that's exactly what I love about their videos. Most Smosh videos make me laugh. The video that I'm commenting on today is a video about toilet. What do I think of it? Well, let's just start the video.
There's no way I'm sitting on that toilet without a seat cover.
Shut up! No, you shut up!
So, what do you think about my awesome shirt?
It looks alright.
It looks like Scheisse. What?
Scheisse? What the hell is that?
Nothing, I've just been trying to learn German.
And if you can learn German, good for you. Personally, I couldn't learn any new language back when I was in high school. I tried learning Danish, German, French, but I failed at it. So obviously I'm not good at learning new languages. The only languages I speak are Icelandic and English.
Are you seriously trying to prepare for Nazi zombies again?
Are Nazi zombies really coming? Oh my god! Well, good thing I'm prepared, because I have a gun. Oh yeah.
No. Whatever, man. Can you just pull over at the next bathroom? My bladder's seriously about to explode.
Just use a bottle.
They're all full.
Who the fuck pisses in bottles anyway? That's the waste of bottles. Usually when my family is driving me around the country, we piss in the grass.
Fine.
Oh no, that doesn't look good at all. Now hurry up, man. You don't want to piss in your pants.
Common German phrases, Part 3. Let's begin. I like wearing Lederhosen.
Ich mag tragen von Lederhosen.
Ich mag tragen von Lederhosen.
Very good.
That's so funny. But what exactly is Lederhosen? How the fuck does the rock move by itself? It doesn't even make any sense. No. No! Oh my god, that's horrible. I can't make a joke here because this really is a horrible scene. And I'm sure this isn't meant to be funny either. Oh my god, I hope he survives. Oh. No! Ian! I'm stuck! What kind of a shitty friend just leaves him there? I mean seriously, Anthony is stuck in a fucking bathroom and Ian does nothing about it? That's horrible!
How about this phrase, you stupid American? I just pooped my Lederhosen.
Ich scheiße auf meine Lederhosen.
Ich scheiße auf mein Lederhosen.
Very good.
Because he is too busy learning German. For fuck's sakes. Letting your friend out of that bathroom is way more important than learning a fucking language. I mean seriously, get out of the fucking car and open the door for him. Come on, Anthony, you can do it.
Bound to check on me sometime.
Yeah, I hope so too. If I could help you out of there, I would. Wait a minute. He is stuck there for nearly a fucking week? And the car is still there? This doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't both Ian and Anthony starve to death by now?
Oh God, I'm so hungry.
Yeah, I'd be hungry too if I was stuck there. Are you seriously going to eat a cheeseburger that's just there? Seriously, a cheeseburger that would boo either would taste fucking disgusting, especially if it has been there for long. And also, didn't you piss on that burger? Yeah, I think that burger would indeed taste very fucking disgusting. And that is coming from a guy that has cheeseburgers as a favorite food.
I guess it's time I say my goodbyes.
Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you, pal.
Hey, Mom. I guess this is it. God, I hate it when people record vertically. Hi, Mom. I guess this is it. Hey, Dad. Sorry I never mowed the lawn. Hey, Ian. Thanks for getting me killed. Yeah, you're a really great friend. Oh, and to the lady at the Burger King, I know I asked for a water cup, but I filled it with Sprite. Yeah.
I have to be honest with you, this video truly is it, and I really feel like crying right now.
Dude, Ian, make it quick. I'm in the middle of recording my goodbyes.
Hurry the hell up, man! You took so long that now I have to take a shiza.
Well, maybe if you got out of the car and let your friend out before he starved, this wouldn't have happened. I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is a very asshole move to just leave him there.
What? Dude, I can't hear you. What?
Hello? Anthony? Anthony, can you hear me?
Great. Huh. Guess I should have told him I was trapped in here, huh?
Actually, he should have seen it by himself. I mean, the sign clearly fucking says that the bathroom can't be open from the inside.
Now what?
Is he gonna cut his dick off? That's gonna hurt.
Can't. If James Franco can do it, anyone can. Oh, God!
Thank goodness it wasn't his dick that was stuck.
Now it's ruined!
Don't let it bother you. I'm sure you can easily replace it. Good job, man. You're finally out of there. Are you actually eating that burger that most likely tastes awful?
Oh, I wouldn't go in there if I were you.
Why?
Well, you know how I said I had to use the bathroom earlier?
Yeah?
Don't tell me you shot in the car.
Well, I don't have to anymore?
Oh, God, dude!
Oh, Scheiße!
Who the fuck shits in their car anyway?
To see an alternate ending and bloopers, and get the awesome shirt Anthony was wearing, click the link in the description below.
I think I'll pass, especially that shirt.
Thanks for subscribing.
You're welcome.
See you later. What is that stuck in the... Oh my God. I got my shoelace caught in the door.
Now it's time for my overall thoughts. This video is very fucked up, and that's what I liked about it. Yeah, I love Smosh because of their fucked up, dumb and over the top videos. That's what I love about them. Now, is this one of Smosh's best videos? No, not by a long shot, but I still enjoyed it. That's all I gotta say about this video. Thank you for watching and have a great day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Movement, and for the past couple of years, the Nostalgia Critic has been getting a large amount of hate. And honestly, I'm fucking sick of it. The Nostalgia Critic is still, in my opinion, the best movie reviewer on the internet. A reviewer in general. So I'm gonna make a video explaining exactly why I'm so fucking sick of him getting so much unwarranted hate. I am not gonna be nice and civil this time. I am gonna be blunt with a lot of my thoughts in this video, since Anchor is needed to convey my points better. Now, before we go further, I just would like to point out that I am not defending the channel Avsum controversy in this video in the slightest. What happened to the people who worked for channel Avsum was fucking horrible and indefensible. And even though most of the blame goes to Magma Shirt, I know Doug is also to blame for it. I'm aware of that, so yeah. I know that controversy is pretty much dead and irrelevant at this point, but I know it negatively affected a lot of people, and I know that there are still people out there who are still suffering from it. So people who can't get over it, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I'm not defending Doug from that. I do like the Nostalgia Critic, but I don't respect Doug Fogler as a person, just keep that in mind. This video will only be talking about the Nostalgia Critic show itself. Now first off, I'm sick of this bullshit that the Nostalgia Critic is the worst reviewer on the internet, or one of the worst. I mean, come on, really? That is an exaggeration to a massive degree. The Nostalgia Critic is nowhere near one of the fucking worst reviewers on the internet. I wouldn't have a problem with it if people had valid reasons for thinking that these were the worst, but they don't. The majority of people who hate the Nostalgia Critic are just nitpicking his videos, and that's it. And they're making his videos look far worse than they actually are. That's my fucking problem. Now look, he's not perfect. In fact, he has made some reviews that I think are downright bad. I will be talking about them later on in this video. But for the most part, he does a solid job reviewing movies. Of course, I don't always agree with him. In fact, I completely disagree with him on the Disney live-action remakes. I love the majority of them. The only three so far which I hate are The Lion King, Maleficent, and Beauty and the Beast. I think the rest of them are either good or fucking awesome. Obviously he disagrees. He hates pretty much all of this. And you know, I'm totally fine with that, since I respect his opinion. But yeah, you guys get what I mean. He does make solid reviews for the most part. And I'm sick of people acting like he does not. Now I could name some worse reviewers, but I'm not going to for one major reason. The main point of this video is to defend the nostalgia critic. It's not to call other people out. So that is why I'm not going to do that. So moving on. There's one thing in which I find very sad. People have forgotten what made the nostalgia critic popular in the first place. I mean, it's true and very sad. Many former fans of his who now hate his content think what made the nostalgia critic so popular in the first place was the fact that he got angry and screamed at movies, which is not true at all. What made him so popular in the first place and made him get so much respect from the YouTube community is the fact that he made good fucking reviews. Now his best review is still, in my opinion, his review of the Super Mario Bros. Movie. He brought up many legitimate problems with the movie, such as how it's fucking stupid how Mario's full name is Mario and Luigi's full name is Luigi Mario. In the fucking games they are Super Mario and Super Luigi. This is common fucking logic. And it's also fucking stupid how they are father and son and brothers. Though I will admit there is one problem with this video. It's far too fucking short. I mean, that movie is full of fucking problems, and yet Nostalgia Critic only covered the highlights. There were so many fucking problems which he didn't point out at all. To be fair, I can give him a pass for that, since this was one of his first reviews and he was just getting started when it came to movie reviewing. So honestly I can let that slide. Another great review which he made around that time was his review of Batman and Robin, which is one of the worst movies of all time. Well, not to me, but it's definitely one of the worst superhero movies of all time. It butchers Batman to a massive degree. And yeah, the Nostalgia Critic does a great job reviewing the movie and pointing out all the problems with it. What I love about this review the most is when the Nostalgia Critic goes insane over a bad credit card. Some of you might not know why he's making such a big deal out of it, especially as he doesn't really explain it in the review. Well, it is pretty obvious when you think about it. The Batman is very secretive, or at least he's fucking supposed to be. So of course, it wouldn't make sense if there was a credit card specifically for the Batman. So you have to give private information in order to get a credit card. Of course, he points out many other problems with the fucking movie, and there are a lot of them, and he points out a lot of these problems as well. He points out a lot more problems than in his Super Mario Bros. Review. To be fair, it makes sense as that review came later. But anyway, yeah, a fucking great review and honestly one of his best. Another great review which he made was his review of Inspector Gadget. And yes, out of his old videos, this is the last one I will be bringing up. So I don't need more examples to prove my point. But I will be talking about some of his bad ones which he made a long time ago in this video as well. Anyway, what made this review so great is that he does a fucking amazing job bashing the crap out of Inspector Gadget, which is one of the worst movies of all time. To be honest, my only issue with the review though is his unnecessary attacks on Matthew Broderick. Now to be fair, unlike usual, it's actually warranted here since his performance really is that bad. But it's not Matthew Broderick's fault. It's the script that's to blame. Yeah, for some reason he really fucking hates Matthew Broderick as an actor. I honestly cannot understand why. I think he's a pretty good actor. But anyway, yeah, he points out very legitimate problems with the movie and how it's not like the show that it's based on at all, which is one of the worst crimes you can commit as an adaptation. It's clear that the people who made the movie gave no shit about whatever the movie was based on. And yeah, the researcher points out very legitimate problems, such as Matthew Broderick's acting. It is better in this movie, but again, that's the fault of the script, not Matthew Broderick himself. And how Dr. Claw acts nothing like Dr. Claw. There are many great skits in this review as well. The funniest one to me is that alternative scene, the first Star Wars movie. And by the way, it's just called Star Wars. There is no New Hope. Yeah, I'm still not over how fucking stupid of a title A New Hope is. But yeah, he did a fucking fantastic job reviewing this movie. Those are just 3 examples. I could go on forever talking about his fucking great reviews that he made back then. But honestly, that would take too damn long. And I want to get straight to the point. But yeah, many people who hate the Nostalgia Critic now have completely forgotten about these reviews when I say that the Nostalgia Critic sucks and has always sucked. They usually think of just the bad reviews, the very bad ones, which I honestly find very fucking sad. These 3 reviews I mentioned are fucking proof that he was a great reviewer. And you know what? He still is, by the way, which I will be proving later. Now, of course, not all of his reviews were gold. He did make some shit ones, which I will be talking about in this video. Now, one great example of one absolutely terrible review which the Nostalgia Critic made is his review of Jingle All the Way. Now, I don't care if he hates the movie. If simple disagreement was my biggest issue with the review, I honestly wouldn't call it bad, as having a different opinion does not make for a bad review to me. But my main issue with that review is that throughout the review, he kept making fun of Arnold's accent. And that's completely uncalled for. And I also hate the defenses people had towards that. Oh, Arnold is okay with that science. He doesn't mind being made fun of. But that doesn't change anything. It's still a very shitty thing to make fun of someone for their accents, just they can't fucking help it. And also the claim that the Nostalgia Critic doesn't hate Arnold Schwarzenegger, but he has said many times in his reviews that he thinks that Arnold is a bad actor. I will say that I'm sure that Doug himself doesn't hate Arnold Schwarzenegger as a person. But the thing is, it's fucking undeniable that the Nostalgia Critic really does hate Arnold as an actor. Bear in mind, there's a difference between hating someone as an actor and hating someone as a person. And I'm sure that the Nostalgia Critic hates Arnold Schwarzenegger as an actor. He's of course entitled to that opinion, but don't sit there and tell me that he doesn't, because he clearly fucking does. Again, he hates him as an actor, not as a person. There's a difference. And then it's his review of Jurassic Park The Lost Kingdom. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. This is without a doubt one of his worst reviews. Again, the fact that he has a different opinion than me isn't the problem. I wouldn't mind him hating a movie I love if he had good reasons for it. But no, he misunderstood this movie to a massive degree. Honestly, it's fucking embarrassing. He didn't understand a single thing about the movie correctly. The review was full of misunderstanding of the movie, which is sad. Again, he is allowed to hate the movie, I'm not saying that he isn't, but his reasons for hating the movie were based on a misunderstanding. And misunderstanding a movie is one of the worst things that you can do in a review. Now, I made a video titled Top 5 Worst Nostalgia Critic Episodes. If you're interested in watching the video, link to this in the video description below. Anyway, for the most part, I stand by it. I still hate all the videos on there. Though looking back, there are 2 videos that should have been there instead of perhaps the Scooby-Doo review and the DuckTales review. Believe it or not, his review of Jingle All the Way is not on the list. Yeah, it really should, besides making fun of Arnold's accent was completely uncalled for. And honestly, so should his review of The Sorcerer's Apprentice, as that review is yet too. Though, with the latter, it not being on the list is understandable since that movie didn't exist at the time. But his review of Jingle All the Way did without a fucking doubt exist at the time, and there is no excuse not to have it on there. I don't know why the hell I didn't. Now, many people have claimed that the Nostalgia Critic isn't good anymore and he went downhill. And I think that claim is complete bullshit. He has evolved his content. Nowadays he focuses far more on positivity than negativity. Though, when people made that point back in 2018, they did have a valid point when they said that his content hasn't evolved much since 2007. I mean, that point is technically true, but so fucking what? His style obviously still fucking works, so he had no reason to change it. And many people back then said that his style of review movies is now irrelevant and it isn't really popular on YouTube anymore. That point is complete bullshit. There are many negative reviews on YouTube that got popular back in 2018. Hell, Mueller, who was popular back during that year and is still popular now, those mostly negative reviews. Despite that, he still got very fucking popular and still does to this day, and he is popular in a good way. He's considered by many to be one of the greatest movie reviewers on YouTube. So they claim that negative reviews aren't popular anymore is complete bullshit, which in return makes the point that the Nostalgia Critic's negative style is irrelevant bullshit as well. His style is without a doubt still relevant. But anyway, I'm gonna talk about how his style has evolved lately. He used to mostly make negative reviews, like I said. But starting from 2020, he made positive reviews far more often, and it started as him thinking a movie is good, but still had some criticism to bring up. But now there is very little of that anymore. In most of his reviews of good movies, he doesn't spend a lot of the video actually criticizing the movie. He does in fact spend a lot of time in the review pointing out positive aspects. And honestly, that is fucking awesome. Honestly, since His reviews of Son of the Mask and Cat in the Hat aren't new anymore, not by a fucking long shot. Now these reviews are about 8 years old. So I'm gonna give example of 2 great reviews which he made recently, which he made much more recently than those reviews. Let's be fair, they aren't fucking relevant anymore. Like I said. Now what makes his review of X-Men Apocalypse work is that he brought up many good examples of how that movie is a bad adaptation of the comics and how it's not accurate to the comics at all. Which means that he has some knowledge on the source material. But seriously, it's fucking awesome. This review right there is proof that the claim that he isn't a good reviewer is complete bullshit. And then it's his review of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which barely has any criticism. In fact, the majority of this review is him explaining exactly how the movie fucking works. And you know what? This review truly is a masterpiece, and I mean it. It is in fact one of his absolute best. Hell yeah. This review is so good that I have to dedicate an entire video thoughts episode to it, which I will next year, so look out for that. Well guys, you've reached the end of the video. Thank you for watching and you have a fantastic day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Movie Fan and welcome to a Christmas themed video of 2020. And I am going deep into the past yet again. We're living back to the 2000s. So basically, in 2007, there was an Angry Video Game Nerd episode made that was a parody of the story A Christmas Carol. But it is completely different from most of these stories. What do I mean by that? Well, you will see soon enough. Also, this episode was in 2 parts. And I'm covering both parts in the same video. So you can't say that this is a double feature. So how well does this hold up 13 years later? Well, only one way to find out. So without further ado, let's dive in.
Thanks for sending me this crappy game. Coal would have been nice, or even better, a bag of poop. So thanks.
Well, to be fair, the nerd is absolutely right here. A bag of shit would be a lot better than this. Oh my god, there is so much that I want to say about the intro. The song is fucking awesome. So it really gets you into the Christmas spirit. And now that I think of it, it fits perfectly to A Christmas Carol story. Yeah, it fucking does. This can easily be Scrooge's theme song. It really fucking fits. As for the artwork, oh man, the artwork is so fucking brilliant. I can tell that a lot of effort was put into it. And it pays off massively. I would easily watch this video over and over again just for that fucking song. And the artwork that goes with it. As it's that fucking great. So overall, yeah, this intro is fucking awesome. And one of the best AVGN intro alternatives, period.
I mean, the first Home Alone game was so bad, why would you even bother with this one?
That's implying that the makers of the game care about the quality of the product, which they don't. I mean, come on, man. You review games for a fucking living. You should know that the makers of the game don't care about the quality at all. You wanna know why they made the game? Well, it's very simple, because Home Alone 2 Lost in New York was a new movie at the time. So of course they would take advantage of that and make a quick buck of a bad game based on it. It's common fucking sense.
There's a guy throwing a key. Now, in the world of video games, a key is usually a good thing. You collect keys and use them to open doors, but not this game. The key kills you.
You know, there is another problem with this. How the hell would the key even hurt you? Now, I would understand if this was a possessed key that moves on its own and slices your fucking throat. I can imagine how that can kill you. But this key isn't even that. It just attacks you by fucking touching you. It's not even rushing through you at an extreme speed. So this makes no goddamn sense.
Then it starts dropping you off on random floors. You run all the way to the right again, only to be faced with the same problem. It's a dead end. So what do? You go left again, and when you get back to the elevator, only then can you advance to the next random floor. It doesn't make any logical fucking sense.
Hold on, there's a lot of crazy shit happening in the game. And this, out of all things, is what doesn't make sense to you. Okay then.
I didn't even know it could be used as an attack until I got to the chef, because that's the only way to get past him, is to slide into him. Now, of course, every time you hit him, he removes another article of clothing. Now his shirt's gone, and do I really want to do this? Oh, shit, God. Then he leaves his hat, and it turns into a pizza. Okay.
I'm also surprised that you don't get to see his dick. I mean, sure, it would be inappropriate in a kid's game, but since the people who made the game don't care about equality, I don't think they give a fuck about that.
I just want to get up on those boxes so I can jump over them. But you can't. You can jump on the boxes to the right, but you can't jump on the ones on the left. I mean, what kind of fucking sense does that make?
Yeah, this is a very bad level design. I hate when there's no distinction between what you're allowed to jump on and what you're not. Though luckily for me, I never had to deal with playing a game with level design like that. You know, with the games I've played, you can't fucking tell what you can jump on and what you can't. I'm one lucky motherfucker, aren't I?
Shitty games all my life. Shitty fucking games. I hate shitty fucking games, and I hate shitty fucking Christmas, because shitty fucking Christmas means more shitty fucking games. Humbug! Bah! Fucking humbug into hell!
Here's a question. Why the hell don't you ask for good games for Christmas presents then? I mean, the point of Christmas is to tell others what you want so they can fucking give it to you. So wouldn't it make sense if you asked for a good fucking game? Why the hell would you ask for a bad game as presents? If you don't like this, that makes absolutely no goddamn sense. You know, there's something interesting that I want to bring up. I know it's a nitpick, but I still find it pretty interesting. The Angry Video Game Nerd didn't review this game in this particular video. I know why he didn't, since it's not relevant, but honestly I would fucking love to see him review that game. And as far as I know, he hasn't. As of now, in 2020, I could easily be fucking wrong. After all, there is barely any bad game or a console that he hasn't reviewed at this point. Just now, in 2020, he has done nearly fucking everything. But I personally would fucking love to see that though. That would make for an interesting video.
Greetings, nerd! Forgive this intrusion, for it is I, the ghost of Christmas past!
Now this is a cliffhanger, and it's very hard for me to judge whether that cliffhanger is good or not, because I never had to deal with it. You see, I discovered the Angry Video Game Nerd back in 2009, so both of the videos already were uploaded for over a fucking year when I watched them for the first time. So I never had to deal with waiting. So instead of making a point, I'm gonna ask everyone watching a question. If you did watch the Angry Video Game Nerd back in 2007, tell me, how was that fucking cliffhanger like? Did it work? Was it exciting to wait for the next episode? I don't fucking know, since I wasn't aware of the Angry Video Game Nerd's existence back in 2007. Like I said, I discovered him in 2009. So if you can answer the question for me, I would really appreciate it. Alright, the first part of A Christmas Carol is done and over with. Let's move on to the second part.
Greetings, nerd! Forgive this intrusion, for it is I, the ghost of Christmas past!
I ain't seeing this.
Why do you doubt your senses, nerd?
Because I wasn't ready to go completely insane tonight.
But you're already there, drowning in your own misery and torment.
I must admit that fact is very fucking nice. Now of course for a movie it's nothing special. But for a web series, it's fucking revolutionary. In fact, back then there weren't a lot of effects in videos online that were as great as this. Now I am aware that nowadays there's a fucking production team helping with the Angry Video Game Nerd show. But back then, and I mean before, James Rolfe worked for anybody. He was able to use effects that I couldn't use myself in a trillion fucking years, and he always did it so flawlessly. That's what I respect about James Rolfe for sure. Now, so the making a video, he of course works for Screw Attack, but I am talking about his 2006 videos where he was just working alone with his friend Mike Matei. And for back then, it was fucking revolutionary.
You see this?
I do see that.
But you're not looking at it.
But I see it.
What the hell are you talking about? He absolutely is looking at it. I don't know what the hell you're trying to get across here.
Look, Ghost, why do you come to me?
Well, to take you back to the past.
To play the shitty games that suck ass? No thanks.
This is your past, nerd.
I fucking love how I totally pwned the Angry Video Game Nerd there. Damn! The Angry Video Game Nerd was fucking roasted!
Now, there's my dad in his underwear taking out the trash. At least he's not making me take out the trash.
This is such an insignificant fucking detail that it's not even worth bringing up. But you know what? I don't have much of an issue with that. That's exactly what makes this so fucking funny. And I have nothing to say about the rest of the flashback scenes, aside from the fact that they are good. Which is why I skipped them, by the way.
Shaq Fu. Just the name makes people cringe.
Okay, this reaction doesn't make much sense, but more on that later.
Now, besides the ridiculous concept, the dull sound effects, and everything else, the rotten core where this game's stank bullshit stems from is in its godforsaken control. The controls are mutilated. Fucking atrocious. They're especially unresponsive when you're trying to execute a special move, and most of the time, you find yourself trying to get close enough to your opponent to hit him. You just end up jumping all around until the clock runs out.
Now, I was gonna play this game for most of November to fact check his points, but unfortunately I gave up in just a few fucking minutes. And I can tell you for a fact that his complaints here are valid. Those problems are the main reason why I gave up on the game during the first few fucking minutes.
Now, I can go into depth and describe the controls and every last detail why this game is so god-awful, but I don't even have to. The name says it all. The title doesn't even sound good. Shaq Fu? It's like a joke. I mean, just the fact that they can release a fighting game starring Shaquille O'Neal and call it Shaq Fu pretty much proves that you could put Fu at the end of anything. How about Robin Williams Fu or U2 Fu?
All I will say about this as of now is keep that in mind. It will become important later.
I mean, who came up with this shit? What, were they smoking crack up their ass?
Oh, Ghost, please, I can't stand it anymore. Ghost?
Alright, now I'm gonna explain why this reaction makes no sense. Angry Video Game Nerd, I have a question to ask. You still feel the same exact fucking way about the game now, right? So why the hell would you react so badly that your past self is criticizing the game? And yes, I know this is supposed to be the present Angry Video Game Nerd, but I do think that this is the same Angry Video Game Nerd from earlier on in the year. That makes the most sense to me. Why the hell would the Angry Video Game Nerd react this way if he feels the same way about the game now? It makes no damn sense. Maybe he has changed his opinion on the game since then, but that is extremely unlikely to me.
Oh my god.
That reaction, on the other hand, is completely appropriate. I mean, if you saw yourself in the future as a crazy old man, I'm sure you'd be shocked too.
You remember the Nintendo Wii? Yeah, that's actually what they called it. But it was very revolutionary when it first came out. But looking at it now, it's like a baby's toy.
The funny thing about this is, now, in 2020, Wii feels exactly like a fucking baby's toy. And this is coming from somebody who played the Wii a lot back then. Wow, it's almost like James Rolfe could see the fucking future. Fuck the bullshit on how the Simpsons predicted the future. This is an accurate future prediction right there. And this is true only 13 years later as opposed to in that far distant future.
Now, I got this bullshit fuck game called Far Cry Vengeance. Now you put the word vengeance at the end of anything, and it's sure to suck.
Remember when I said, the angry video game not saying that you can put for at the end of anything and it's sure to suck would become important later? Well, this is what I mean. This is literally the only time the angry video game nerd said that putting something at the top or end of one title would guarantee that it would suck. He hasn't said it at any other angry video game nerd episode. Why is that? Only saying it for this particular episode just seems a bit weird to me. Just in case you couldn't tell that this version of the angry video game nerd is an old man, let's reassure that he really is by making him blow a fucking dust.
I'm not that kind of rebel, pal. I'm not your pal, you bastard guy.
You know, this reaction is completely appropriate because bastard guy isn't even a real fucking term, and it also sounds so fucking stupid. So the old angry video game nerd is totally in the right by laughing at that stupid fucking term.
There you go. You're right in the balls.
What was the point of shooting that guy in the balls? It does really show a legitimate problem with the game. Yeah, that is something that I want to comment on next. The old angry video game nerd, for the most part, doesn't even do a good job critiquing the games. He just makes pointless comments about them. And to be honest, I don't have too much of an issue with that, because I totally understand that's the fucking point. The old angry video game nerd is supposed to be a confused old man. And for that, it really fucking works. Because the old angry video game nerd is very fucking funny. He is the main reason why I rewatch this video every Christmas. Oh, and also I could easily imagine James Rolfe still playing the angry video game nerd when he reaches the age of 80. And this old angry video game nerd could easily become reality. Sure, he wouldn't look exactly like that, obviously, but I can still easily imagine the angry video game nerd as an old man. Now, I wouldn't be saying that if it was 2007 now, but the thing is, it's now 2020, and the show, the angry video game nerd, is still going fucking strong. So I really have a feeling that James Rolfe will play the angry video game nerd until he dies. And that is so fucking awesome, man.
God! Get out of shitload. What were they thinking? I'd rather drink diarrhea sauce.
I fucking love how he says diarrhea sauce. Damn, even after 80, the angry video game nerd is still creative when it comes to shit references. Which is yet another thing which I can easily see become reality.
Alright, it's time to boogie. Boogie, 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 boogie.
Wow, he dances like a complete fucking moron. And you know, that's exactly what makes this so fucking funny. Though I will say that it does suck that the old angry video game nerd keeps getting hurt by his own dance movements. It's sadly because he is an old man. But hey, when James Rolfe actually reaches the age of 80, I'm sure the angry video game nerd character will not be as crazy as this crazy old man. I'm sure of it, he will be in a much better form. Because James Rolfe cares a lot about the quality of his content. Not only that, but Screenwave, you know, the ones that make the angry video game nerd show now, also care a lot about the fucking quality. And I'm proud of them, by the way.
Spirit, please have mercy. I can't stand to look at this anymore.
I don't blame you. I'd be embarrassed too if I saw myself as a crazy old man in the future. Now, I'm gonna comment on the image that I see right there. It legitimately looks like an image from an 8-bit game. And it's so believable. It legitimately feels like it is. That graveyard fits the background perfectly. Well done! I can tell that whoever made that image put a lot of effort into making it as believable as possible. And I respect that for sure.
Look at all these games. I think I'm gonna play Super Mario World. Fuck yeah, this game's awesome. In fact, I should just play good games from now on. Man, fuck that. Let's play some shitty ones.
I absolutely fucking love this twist. By watching the video, we would think that the angry video game nerd learned his lesson and wants to think positively from now on. But nope. This episode surprises the hell out of you by showing that the angry video game nerd learned nothing and it's gonna remain the same regardless. I fucking love this twist, and this makes it a lot different from all other Christmas Carol stories. And I also absolutely fucking love how he is foreshadowing the Virtual Boy review. Wow, this outro is beyond fucking awesome. I can tell a lot of effort was put into it. And the artwork around the credits looks so fucking great. It's good to know that this even ended on a great note. Now it's time for my overall thoughts. I watch this every fucking Christmas and have been doing it for years. And for good reasons too. Because this is one of the greatest fucking Christmas themed videos on YouTube. Hell yeah! Not only that, but I think it's one of the best Angry Video Game Nerd episodes, period. So anyway people, we have reached the end of the video. Thank you for watching and have a great day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Buffel, and some time ago I made a poll. Let's take a look at the results of that poll, shall we? Holy shit! Well, you guys voted for it, and you guys scored it. In this video we'll be counting down my favorite episodes of the Irate Gamer. Now, I know it's technically tied with SpongeBob, but you know what? That only happened the last fucking day before the deadline. And before then, I already got everything prepared for a countdown of favorite Irate Gamer episodes. And I decided that I'm not gonna put that to waste. And you know what? I'm glad that this won the poll. Really, I am. Because for years I have complained about how Chris Boers got too much unwarranted hate back in 2007. But I never actually did anything about it. You know what? I think this video is the perfect thing to do about it. I am gonna list my top 15 favorite episodes of the Irate Gamer. Now many of the Irate Gamer episodes on this list are episodes that were widely hated back then. The reason they're on the list is because, in retrospect, they really aren't that bad and the hate for them was blown way out of proportion. Hell, I will even defend some aspects of these videos at some point. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Irate Gamer. I rewatch the Irate Gamer episodes a lot because they give me a bunch of laughs. Now there are no honorable mentions this time, so that all the episodes that are qualified to be on the list are on the actual fucking list. I thought there was going to be, but apparently there aren't. So, without further ado, let's begin. Number 15, Ghosts and Goblins. Now I thought for sure that this episode wasn't gonna make it on the list in the end. I thought that it would just be an honorable mention and something would override it. Well, I was fucking wrong. This actually did fucking make it in the end. And that's only because I only found 14 other Irate Gamer episodes that were good enough for this list. Who would have guessed? Anyway, I'm glad it made it to the end because I can say more about it than I could have said if this was just an honorable mention. Now, our Chat11 commented it on a commentary on that review. He himself flat out admitted that he actually did bring up some legitimate points about the game, and that is admirable for sure. Though the reviewing portion of this video is not the best part about it, it's the skits. I find it funny as hell when that demon guy says, "You can never reach me." That shit cracks me up every time. And I also love how fucking cousin Joey plays the game like a fucking moron. It's fitting, but it's also funny. Is this Irate Gamer episode the best Halloween special? No, it's not. There is an even better one later on this list, so moving on. Number 14, Uncanny X-Men. Now back then this video was new, I went to Batman's blog and noticed that he didn't argue much with what Chris said about the gameplay. Looking back, I think that's great. This is what you get for being such a terrible nitpicker. And yeah, I'm still gonna bring him up because it's fun to roast that moron. Anyway, I made a video asking if the Edit Gamer really has improved. And that video got a lot of dislikes only because I dared say something positive about the Edit Gamer. And to the people who disliked that video, fuck you. You only disliked it because of your own bias. I'll never be okay with how you couldn't have said anything positive about him back then without getting a lot of dislikes on your videos. No matter how reasonable we were being. Anyway, let's forget all about that and focus on the video itself. Aside from how he did a decent job reviewing that X-Men game, that's not the main thing I wanna focus on. The main thing that I wanna focus on are the skits. Firstly, I find it funny as hell that the X-Men are complete pussies in that skit. I'm pretty sure that Chris was trying to make fun of something with that, but I'm not sure exactly what. But you know what the best part about the episode is? It's when one of the X-Men shits an ice cube and the ice cube is still fresh. That is so fucking awesome, man. So yeah, an enjoyable episode and hell of a lot of fun. Now, I haven't played the game myself, so I'm not sure if the reviewing portion of the video is accurate or not. But considering that Batten was struggling to find problems, it's safe to assume he did a decent job this time. But then again, Batten's blog is not a reliable source for anything. So absolutely nothing he says should be taken at face value. You should question everything, since he even goes as far as to lie to make a point. Number 13. Die Hard. Now I'm not gonna focus on how good the reviewing portion is, though I will say that the Angry Video Game Nerd did a much better job in that aspect. And I will also say that if the statement that there are too many fucking bullets being thrown at you is accurate, I do agree that it's very fucking messed up. No, I'm not gonna focus on that. Instead, I'm gonna focus on the best aspect of the episode and why I find this episode so fucking funny. And that's when the Edit Gamer constantly gets calls about some bullshit regarding spotting someone at the 33rd floor. And I must admit, I found that gag funny as all hell. And it's funny every single time it happens in the episode. Especially at the end, when the Edit Gamer was just trying to use the bathroom. That is so fucking hilarious. Yeah, that gag is funny as all hell. That's exactly what makes this episode so memorable. That is the main reason why I love it so much. Number 12. Rob the Robot. Now, Asia Larry was terrible at critiquing others. I still stand by that 100%. For most of the RER series, he nitpicked the videos to death and talked about many things that didn't matter in the long run. However, to give him credit, he was at least right about one thing. The Edit Gamer did give accurate information in his Rob the Robot review. Now that I think of it, he did it a lot more than people gave him credit for. There are more examples of that further up the list. Anyway, although there were skits in the video, it wasn't skit driven. And the best part wasn't the skit, but instead the fucking information the Edit Gamer provided about Rob the Robot and the video game crash in the past. And you know, Asia Larry was actually shocked when he found out that the Edit Gamer did give correct information. Now I don't think Asia Larry's response to the Angry Video Game Nerd Rob the Robot review was one of his best. In fact, it was pretty mediocre. But Asia Larry was still right. The Edit Gamer did a better job than the Angry Video Game Nerd did. Which leads to something important that I have to bring up. He was often accused of being an Evidian ripoff, which, like I've said many times before, is wrong. Since for the most part, he did his own thing instead of copying the Angry Video Game Nerd. But the Angry Video Game Nerd episode of Rob the Robot really is ripping off the Edit Gamer's episode about the same thing. And the fact that no one better than I when the Angry Video Game Nerd ripped off the Edit Gamer shows fucking disgusting double standards. If you're gonna call out incorrectly when the Edit Gamer rips off the Angry Video Game Nerd, you have to call out when the Angry Video Game Nerd correctly rips off the Edit Gamer. These double standards looking back really pissed me the fuck off, and they never should have been a thing in the first place. I mean, come on, why couldn't the Angry Video Game Nerd done his own thing when he coward robbed the robot instead of ripping off the irate gamer. That shit pisses me off. Anyway, as for the video itself, well, I think it was fucking awesome when the irate gamer fought to rob the robot, which also happened by no coincidence in the Angry Video Game Nerd episode. The only difference is the Angry Video Game Nerd tried to make it edgier by including blood, unlike what the irate gamers did. Adding blood doesn't make it better. I'm sorry, Angry Video Game Nerd, but like I said, Larry was right. The irate gamer did a better job in this regard. Fuck these double standards. The irate gamer episode was fucking awesome. Number 11. Yo, annoyed. Now there's one very important thing that flew over the head for a lot of people back then. And that is the fact that this particular irate gamer episode was satire. The reason it flew over everyone's heads is because people were focusing too much on how fucking terrible he was back then. So nobody really saw that this particular episode was satire. Everyone thought that the irate gamer was just proving how greedy he really was. But nope, that wasn't it. Chris Bush was actually making fun of the people who thought that he was only making those irate gamer episodes for the money. And looking back, it's hilarious as hell that so many people missed that. I really am laughing my ass off at all those people. Yeah, those people are fucking morons for not realizing that this video was satire, nothing more. Number 10, Kool-Aid. I'm gonna have to be honest with you. I do think that the irate gamer did a solid job reviewing the Kool-Aid games. I can't believe I'm actually saying it, but it is true. Most of his complaints regarding the games are valid complaints. They really are. But the reviewing portion is not the best aspect of the video though. It's the fucking jokes. I love when his character appears in another game and the other gamer is like, where the hell am I? And then there's this joke of Final Fantasy items. And then there is that joke where the irate gamer can't make Kool-Aid in a certain amount of time. All these jokes are fucking hilarious, but the best gag in the episode is when the Kool-Aid man keeps popping up. And that is so fucking funny. It's especially funny how angry the irate gamer gets every time it fucking happens. And I also absolutely fucking love how he gets Kool-Aid into his glass from a dead Kool-Aid man. That makes me fucking laugh so much. But the TV show with Ronnie the Skeleton, yeah, that wasn't funny at all. I always thought that Ronnie was fucking annoying, and I still do. Even to this day, I think he's one of the worst aspects of the irate gamer. But aside from that though, this episode is funny as hell, and I love it for that. Number 9, Kid Icarus. Now I have played the game myself, and I can tell you from experience that the irate gamer is completely right about one thing. This game is extremely fucking hard, but he doesn't say it as a negative against it. In fact, now that I think of it, he doesn't just do a solid job reviewing the game, he does a fucking great job reviewing it. Unlike NC-17 Productions, the irate gamer did not just play the first stage and say a bunch of bullshit about the game that wasn't true. But instead, the irate gamer reviews the entire fucking game as a whole. And manages to do that in just 15 fucking minutes. That is so fucking awesome. Yeah, he really does accurately describe the game. Holy shit, an irate gamer episode where the reviewing portion isn't just good but also fucking great. I never thought I'd see the day. But then again, there are some irate gamer episodes from his old days where he does just that. I will be getting into that when we get there. And I also love how he throws a lot of great jokes in there. Kid Icarus is a fucking classic game that has a lot of replay value. And you know, the same thing applies to this fucking review. It's a great review with a lot of rewatch value. Fucking hell yeah, Chris, I'm proud of you. Number 8, Predator. Now I did respond to that video back in 2011, and bear in mind that I hated the irate gamer back then. But even as someone who hated him back then, even I couldn't deny the fact that he actually did a solid job reviewing the game. I spent a very long time playing the game for myself, and to my ever shocking surprise, everything he said about the game was fucking accurate. Now bear in mind that this video was made back in 2008, back when the reviewing portion of his videos were usually the worst part. Now there are some skits in this video, but ultimately they're very fucking forgettable. The most memorable part about the episode isn't the skits, but instead the reviewing portion. The reviewing portion of this video is fucking awesome. How the hell did he manage it? Well, he did, and again it was very rare back then that the reviewing portion was the best aspect of the video. But it really was. And that surprised the hell out of me, it really did. And it is hands down the best pre-2015 Irate Gamer episode when it comes to the reviewing portion. Great job, Chris. Great job. Number 7. Mario's Missing and Mario's Time Machine. Now this is a video that I've rewatched trillions of times and never got tired of it. And there's a good reason for it. Because it really is that fucking awesome. Now the reviewing portion of those 4 video games was actually very damn solid. He did a great job reviewing the games. Now, I have never played any of them myself, but I assume there isn't much to say about these games. I said assume, because I'm not entirely sure. If I am wrong, I am happily willing to admit that I am wrong. I am not saying that I know this for sure. In fact, there is a high chance that I might be wrong. But if this is a game that there isn't much to say about, what's the best solution to keep the video from being too short? Well, it's simple. Make the review fucking skit-driven and full of jokes. And all of the jokes fucking landed with me. I especially love the joke where Mario is pissing at a public property. Fuck yeah, that is so awesome. And no, it has nothing to do with that video that mustn't be renamed. This particular joke was made long before that. It has no relevance at all towards that video that mustn't be named. Anyway, I also love a joke about a historical figure being a dick. Oh, and by the end of the video when the Irate Gamer and Luigi went all around the fucking world, that was great as well. But the main concept of the episodes is the fact that it takes place in 2 timelines. In one timeline, the Irate Gamer left the gay son and died by the end of the episode. And to those of you who celebrated that, fuck you assholes. The only reason you were happy to see that is because you were biased towards the Irate Gamer and were never willing to give him the benefit of doubt. Yeah, it still pisses me off massively that there was a huge hate bandwagon towards the Irate Gamer that shouldn't have been that big of a hate bandwagon to fucking begin with. So fuck you assholes. Anyway, back on topic. I do like the concept of 2 possible timelines. Now there is an issue that I have with the video that I have to point out. And that's when Chris clarified which game he's talking about. Well, first of all, it was unnecessary since there was text literally informing us which timeline we're watching. And also because the other Irate Gamer shouldn't even been fucking aware of the other timeline. That makes no damn sense. Aside from that though, great fucking episode. I never get tired of watching it. Number 6. Monster Party. Now I heard Isolary say that Chris not being invited to a party is not acting but instead a reflection on how he is lonely in real life. I am not going to comment on that because frankly it's none of my business. It really isn't. However, what I will do is comment on the episode itself. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be honest. The reviewing portion of the video does look very lackluster. And I'm saying look because I've never played the fucking game, so I don't know if it really is lackluster or not. But from what I see, he doesn't really say much about the game that really fucking matters. Now that's the thing with the old Irate Gamer episodes. The reviewing portion might be terrible, but the skits are usually fucking awesome. And in this case they are. But I'm not going into great detail on how I feel about the skits in the video as a whole, but instead I'm gonna focus on the best aspect of the video, and which is the main reason why I keep rewatching it over and over again. It's because of that bus gag. You know, the bus that comes out of nowhere every so often to say, if you look to your left, you will see an asshole just standing there. That is so fucking funny. I crack up every time I see that. Now while we're at the subject of that gag, you know what I'm gonna do now? Fucking defend it, because a lot of people thought that the gag wasn't funny. I'm totally okay with people not liking that gag, but that doesn't mean that I can't argue with it, which is what I will do right fucking now. For those who think that gag was nonsensical and stupid, well, that was the fucking point. It was supposed to be stupid for the sake of comedy. And it worked for me since I found it very fucking funny. And although this is a great Halloween special, what makes it especially great is that it can literally be watched every day of the year, especially since the best part isn't even Halloween related at all. You know, the best gag. Anyway, moving on. Number 5, Contra. Now, before I talk about the best aspect of this video and the main reason why I rewatch it over and over again and never get tired of it, I will be talking about the reviewing portion of the video. Honestly, I think that the Irate Gamer did a solid job reviewing the game. Yeah, he did. I have played the game for myself, and I can tell you from personal experience that most of what he said is accurate. Now that I think of it, there's one common argument people had with him back then, which I want to address. People said that having to start the game over again after losing all 3 lives was invalid because it was common in video games back then. And there are a couple of things that I want to say about that. Firstly, just because something is common doesn't make it right or justified. He had every right to complain about that since it's a very frustrating feature. Second of all, having to start all over again on the game after losing all 3 lives does not make the game more challenging. I used to think that was the case, but now that I think of it, it really fucking doesn't. I'm gonna give an example. Let's say that you're playing a game with at least 15 fucking levels, and you're very close to the end of the game. You're at the final level, or the second final level. It took you fucking weeks to reach that point, and you have 0 lives left, which means you're close to getting game over. And you try your damn hardest to get through the level, but you fucking die there. And what happens? You have to start all over again from the first fucking level. Now explain something to me. How the hell is that challenging? It's not challenging at all. All it does is bring frustration. Look, I don't mind challenge. Really, I don't. Having to think while you play a game instead of being able to go through it without problem is a good thing, and that makes the game worth playing. But yeah, the Irate Gamer had every right to complain about getting game over after 3 lives. If you have gotten far into the game and it took you weeks, that is actually a legitimate thing to complain about. I'm not just defending him on what he says in this review, but what he says in a lot of his reviews. Alright, that's it that I gotta say about the reviewing portion of the video. Now it's time to talk about the best part. That skit where people are talking about terrorists is funny as hell. I especially love that guy with the weird mustache in that skit. It makes me laugh every single fucking time. As for what I think of the reviews of the Contra sequels, well, these videos are very mediocre to tell the truth. And that's why his reviews of those are not on the list. Just his review of the first one. Number 4, Tetris. You know, there is one thing both the game Tetris and this review have in common. They are both fucking masterpieces. Now, when the Irate Gamer gave information about the game and I did my research, I was surprised to find out that his information was actually accurate. Holy shit, man. And yes, by the way, that is the best part about this video. Look, I'm not gonna say that the reviewing portion of the video was great, because honestly it wasn't. He nitpicked the hell out of the Tetris games after he was done talking about the first one. That was honestly pretty petty. But I'm still glad that he dedicated an entire review to the game Tetris, because like I said, it's a great fucking game and one of the best games ever made. I play Tetris a lot even to this day. It's a lot of fucking fun. But yeah, the fucking information is the main reason why this video is so fucking great. Not exactly the reviewing portion, because let's be honest here, they weren't very good. Number 3, Ghostbusters. After years of no new Irate Gamer episodes, Chris Bosh brought the Irate Gamer back for good this year. And that is so fucking awesome. And he blew everyone away by showing he can make great fucking game reviews. And that's exactly what this review is. Now, in the videos that he made before 2015, the skits were usually the best part and the reviewing portions were pretty poor. But this year, for the most part, it was the other way around. The fucking reviewing portion and the information were the best and most memorable parts about the Irate Gamer episodes of 2020 rather than the fucking skits. The skits were still very fucking good though. But honestly, the skits are not the best part. Let's just focus on the reviewing portion of the video. It's absolutely fucking fantastic, and it's even better than the reviewing portion of his Predator review, which is saying a lot since it was, for a very long time, the best video that the Irate Gamer ever made when it came to the reviewing portion. He made very valid complaints and even made a new complaint that the angry video game nerd never brought up in his review. And according to my friend Seattle11, this was also a new complaint that he has never heard before. And Seattle11 is a passionate gamer, unlike me. I'm more into movies. Anyway, the best fucking part about the review is that he was willing to do something that the angry video game nerd wasn't willing to do. He went through the staircase scene without fucking cheating. And that is definitely admirable, for sure. And I also fucking love how he pointed out that you can just wait and you will be able to get to the staircase level without doing anything in the game. And he is angry at the fact that it wasn't obvious that he didn't realize that until recently, which is a legitimate thing to complain about. The game should have made it more clear that you can do that. Oh, and I also absolutely fucking love how Ernie Hudson, you know, one of the actors who played the original Ghostbusters, made an appearance in this video. And you know what, man? I'm jealous of Chris Burns, I really am. Since I wouldn't be able to get a celebrity to appear in my videos in a trillion fucking years. I wish I could though, that would be so fucking great. But it's never gonna happen, which is sad, but I'm gonna have to deal with it. Number 2, Super Mario Bros. 2. Yeah, I know I'm putting one of the most hated arcade gamer episodes from back in the day on this list. But the reason why I'm doing it is very simple. Because I think most of the hate that he got for this video was unwarranted. So I'm gonna defend some aspects of it. As for confusing successor to predecessor, honestly it's not that big of a deal. He just misspoke. That is totally fine, it can happen to anyone. People were making a far bigger deal out of it than they should have. And he was not manipulating footage when it took him a long time to get the star. He was so fucking obviously just making a joke there. As for most of his information, well, I didn't see many videos back then actually proving that he got his information wrong. So the information for the most part is fine. The only thing he really got wrong is that he was wrong about Toad. Honestly, people have legitimate case when they say that aspect of the video was bad. But that was literally it though. You can't say that his complaints were fluffed all you want, but you can't argue that he got most of his information wrong in the video. And you know, that's why I love this video so much, because the information is so fucking interesting. Number 1, Aladdin. Yes, my favorite irate gamer episode is one that was probably his most infamous review from back in the day. And that is his review of Aladdin. Now I made a whole video defending that particular review, so I don't really need to say much. But fuck it, I am saying it anyway since this video is supposed to hold up on its own merits. No one should be required to watch the other video. So anyway, let's go. Before I talk about my favorite aspect of the video, I am going to defend some aspects of it. First of all, if Chris Burns hadn't played the game before, there's no way he could have known that he can use that parachute. So using that against him is pretty dumb, to be honest. And saying that the Rob the Robot joke is one of the worst jokes ever made, that is really stretching, because there are a lot of racist and sexist jokes that exist in the world. And you can't tell me that this joke is worse than that. At worst, it's not funny. It's not offensive or anything like that. Aside from those things though, yeah, I can't defend anything else when it comes to the reviewing portion of the video. Because I agree, it was very poor. But the skit on the other hand is when the review really fucking succeeds. The skit involving the irate gamer, the Vice and the genie is so fucking funny, and the best part is the skit is throughout the fucking video. You get a break from the reviewing portion for the skit. And I am laughing throughout the fucking skit. I will agree that the irate gamer complaining about the monkey is pointless and not funny, but the conversations between the irate gamer, the genie and the Vice are funny as hell. I especially love the line, "Very well, but don't take too long. My rook is double parked outside." That is so fucking stupid. That's exactly what makes it so fucking funny. I could honestly go on for over 5 minutes talking about how great the skit in the video is. But I have a list to finish, so let's go on. So overall, yeah, I fucking love the irate gamer. It's still very sad to me that he's got so much unwarranted hate back then. But hey, at the plus side, I did something about it. I made this video to give these videos the praise that they truly fucking deserve. So anyway, yeah, you have reached the end of the video. Thank you for watching and have a great day. Hey guys, was what's up? This is Blaze the Movie Fan, and welcome to another summer project of 2021. In this video, I will be giving my thoughts on a review of a movie that's literally about a fucking summer vacation. That's right, it's a nostalgia critic yet again, and his review of that movie. Now here's a fun fact for you before I dive into the actual review. A long time ago, the nostalgia critic made a video talking about which movies he would never review, and he did it a long time ago. And one of those movies is a goofy movie, but eventually ended up reviewing it anyway. Oh, and the mysterious presenter also made a list of things that he will never review, but ended up reviewing some things on there anyway. Yeah, this is why I'm never making a list of things that I'm never gonna review, because I don't know what the future holds. Just because I'm not interested in reviewing something at one point doesn't mean that I won't review it in the future. Hell, it happens all the time that I'm not interested in reviewing something at first, but I'm interested in reviewing it like 3 years later. I have almost no restrictions. I'm willing to review anything. But I do have one rule though. That's it, only fucking one when it comes to my movie reviews. And that rule is, I'm never gonna review porn. Normally my rule is that if someone requests me to review something and I pick it randomly once a month, I will review it no matter what. But not with porn movies. I remove them off the list immediately since I don't review fucking porn. But anyway, as for my opinion on a goofy movie, honestly I fucking love it. It is my second most favorite movie about a summer vacation, beaten only by RV. And RV is a movie that I watch every year. And when it comes to a goofy movie, close second. Anyway, let's dive into the fucking review, shall we? I wish I could have fucking been there, but unfortunately I couldn't even if I wanted to, because I don't live in the United States. It sucks really.
Hello, I'm a nostalgia critic guy. Remember it so you don't have to.
Yeah, about that. This phrase doesn't really work if you are making a positive review. Now that phrase worked perfectly back in 2007 to 2011. Because back then, you were for the most part reviewing terrible movies worth forgetting. But with a movie like a goofy movie which you admit is good, yeah, it doesn't fucking work at all. Now, back when that video was released, it wasn't that big of an issue since you still mostly reviewed bad movies and rarely reviewed ones you find good. But now, in 2021, this phrase is seriously outdated. So you review a lot of movies which you find underrated and other good movies. And yet, you still use that phrase even now in 2021. Yeah, honestly, I think it's time to let go of that phrase. It worked in the past, but obviously it doesn't work anymore now in 2021.
So why is this a thing now?
Alright, I find this question very confusing. What the hell is up with that question? I mean, I know you expand on right after this what you mean, but this question still feels incredibly awkward to me.
Don't get me wrong, I always enjoy 1995's A Goofy Movie fine, but somewhere in the past 5 or 10 years, it's gone from that cute little movie to Disney cult status, garnering fan art, merchandise, reenactments, and too many cosplays to count.
I mean, I don't hear a lot of people talking about it personally, but I know it's just my experience. Your experience is different, I'm aware of that.
The opening credits start off standard enough, almost too standard. I'm not gonna lie, a part of me really wonders what just a movie would be. Boy meets girl, nothing happens for 2 hours, roll credits. I didn't say it'd be good, but it'd be a movie.
I don't know, that sounds incredibly fucking cliche to me.
It starts off rather beautiful with our main character Max dreaming about a girl he has a crush on named Roxanne. To be fair, this fantasy is kinder than the fantasies the internet has had about her.
I don't need to. The fact alone that you mentioned it brings me some Rule 34 creepy imagery to my head. Thanks a lot, Ben. I appreciate that.
As catchy as this song is, I have to ask, do all the dogs just live in one neighborhood? They're the only animals I see in this town. Is there a class system? Are they the Lion King hyenas evolved years later? Film theory, that shit!
Okay, this statement proves that you vastly misunderstand this universe, or Donald Duck's universe for that matter. What you fail to understand is that those are anthropomorphic animals, meaning that they might be shaped like animals, but in reality think like humans. I mean, this should be very easy for you to understand. But yet, you don't understand this for some reason.
It has to make more sense than how a bus full of kids turns into a bus full of cheerleaders and then back into a bus full of kids.
Who fucking cares? I mean, seriously, this is a cartoon. It doesn't follow real-life logic. Now, I'm not saying that just because something is a cartoon, it means it's above critique. I'd be a hypocrite if I said that, since I criticize cartoons all the fucking time. But when you are gonna criticize something in a cartoon, at least keep in mind that a cartoon doesn't follow real-life logic. That is my problem with your point here. You are trying to put real-life logic to a fucking cartoon. And honestly, it is pretty ridiculous.
Principal Mazur, what can we do to not waste our summer vacation?
Like never dealing with a Sicilian when death is on the line.
What the hell are you referring to? I don't get it. Now, I know that I've been criticized before for interjecting too much to a Nostalgia Critic episode, just to say that I don't get the reference. And yeah, I'm aware that I've done it a lot in the past. But I promise you one thing. This is the only time I'm doing it in this specific video.
How about science slumber parties?
Okay, am I the only one who wants to see that happen? What would Neil deGrasse Tyson's pajamas look like?
Honestly, you're right. That would be fucking awesome.
A little smoke,
That should annoy me, but I'm just wondering what it means when a dog makes a dog sound. Remember when Goofy owned a cat? Is that like slavery?
This is another proof of you massively misunderstanding this universe, and the Donald Duck universe for that matter. Let me tell you something. There is a clear difference between actual animals in that universe and the animals who think like humans. The ones that think like humans, such as Donald Duck, Scrooge McDuck, and Goofy, clearly walk like humans and think like humans. It is very fucking easy to tell them apart from real animals. But maybe that's just me, though, since I have been reading the Donald Duck comics for so damn long and I'm used to it. But yeah, that cat that you referenced, yeah, it's very fucking obvious that it's an ordinary fucking cat in the universe. So it works just like an ordinary fucking cat. And this video isn't the only time when you question this and show your massive misunderstanding. And the fact that you keep misunderstanding how that universe works in many of your videos is honestly embarrassing. I'm gonna have to be honest. I will admit, maybe I'm a bit biased since I read the Donald Duck comics for so fucking long. But yeah, you misunderstand the world massively, that's all I'm saying.
I liked your dance.
Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, it's from Powerline's new video.
I know, he's totally genius.
Yeah, he's doing a concert next week in LA.
Oh yeah.
Aw, it's puppy love. Don't act like you wouldn't have said it! Your hands are just as dirty!
I must admit, that made me laugh.
Interested in not sleeping tonight? Pause this movie when that kid's eyes go red. You're welcome.
Ha! But you did nothing to me. This is just a minor part of the movie. It's very forgettable. And hell, I forgot about it already.
I'd seriously reevaluate the way you're raising your child before he ends up in the electric chair.
Because Goofy cartoons should always suggest that imagery.
You know, I actually found this very dark. I was very scared on Max's behalf and was legitimately fucking horrified. But that goofy looking image you showed there completely ruined that scene for me. Thanks, Nostalgia Critic, I appreciate it.
It's a vacation with me and my best buddy.
Oh, Donald Duck?
Nah, he's gone all angular and weird. I'm kind of afraid of him now.
Honestly, I like the pot shot towards the DuckTales reboot here. I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I fucking hate that reboot. It did nothing right that made the original DuckTales show so great. But the 1980s DuckTales show is a fucking classic though. I will never stop thinking of it as a masterpiece.
We're going fishing?
Yup, just like my dad and me did. We're using the same map me and my dad used.
I don't see Dippy Dog's name on that map. Google it, you'll get a giggle.
No thanks. But thanks for the offer anyway.
Is Roxanne home?
It's okay, Daddy. Max is a friend from school.
please call off your dad dog.
I don't know. I find it funny as hell how much it growls.
Wait, Mickey Mouse is on a phone yet he still has to hitchhike? And he's with Donald, who Goofy said he's really good friends with? Dude, Max, you should ask. Maybe your dad does know Powerline. These are some weird connections.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that is weird and bizarre.
Okay, has anyone put together how potentially disturbing the song sequence is? You have country singers stuffed in a piano, a hostage in the trunk of a car, and the dead literally coming back to life. This is a friggin' morbid interstate.
Yeah, you're right. It is disturbing as hell. But that is exactly what makes it so fucking awesome to me. I fucking love the sequence because of how fucking crazy it is.
So they drop by a possum children's attraction along the way because apparently that exists in this world too.
I mean, why wouldn't it? It doesn't seem that out of the ordinary to me.
Mommy, I don't want to go.
That's every kid that was dropped off at the nut job.
Well, to be fair, that movie is far more entertaining than whatever the hell this shit is.
Also, why is anyone dressed like a giant animal? They're all giant animals. There is no novelty.
Alright, I will admit, I have no answers for that. That is a legit point.
Stop, please. That's embarrassing.
Okay, Goofy movie surprisingly has a lot of nightmare fuel.
I mean, I don't agree. I don't really see this as nightmare fuel. I'm sure most of the people over there are dorks. I'm not gonna deny that. But nightmare fuel, isn't that a bit of a stretch?
Not gonna lie, this is kind of a weird direction. I surprisingly expected a little less goofiness out of a Goofy movie.
I mean, it makes sense.
I know I should be laughing, but now I'm just wondering what the Bee Gees as dog people look like.
Oh, they wouldn't look like that. I can tell you that for damn sure. Because the anthropomorphic animals in the world aren't just human beings with dog faces. They're actually very well fucking designed, so they would look much better than this shit.
Starts to write Roxanne admitting he lied, but then realizes he can change the map to go to the concert.
Yeah, and that's a very scummy thing of him to do, isn't it?
They end up at what I can only describe as the Little Mermaid's love shack.
Yeah, that name is surprisingly accurate.
Ew, those fish gotta stare at Goofy's junk all night.
No, they're fucking fish. They don't have the capability of thinking of something like that.
Are there fish people in this world? I need to know how to judge this.
I've been reading the Donald Duck comics for a very fucking long time. I don't read them anymore, but I did read them a lot as a child. And to answer your question, surprisingly not. There are no anthropomorphic animals in that world that are based on water creatures. Yeah, strange, isn't it?
On a side note, do we really not even take off our gloves in the hot tub? Our world is weird, Goof.
Actually, those aren't gloves. I'm sure they look like gloves, but they aren't. They are hands which are attached to their bodies.
On the one hand, I'm kind of wishing they talked about their feelings at the top, utilizing that quiet moment some more. But on the other hand, talking about your feelings while tumbling down a canyon and driving through rapids feels like the way a Goofy movie should handle.
Exactly. It would be extremely fucking cliché if it was like what you suggested at first.
Blow up at each other and sit in silence while, well, there's no other way to say it, they're in a car down by the river! They do open up slowly, though, via song.
Alright, as much as I don't like this song, and I think it's the most forgettable song in the movie, I will give it this. At least, it's fucking wonderful to see those two settling their differences and becoming friends.
Really, we should be singing about how our car would have drowned by now and we should both be dead, but this is cool too.
It's a fucking cartoon! Why the hell are you questioning this?
Goofy even has a little bit of a creeper moment too. I don't want to know the other times Goofy has made that face.
I'm gonna have a nightmare tonight. Thanks a lot, critic. I appreciate it.
And that was a Goofy movie. Is it as good as people have built it up over the years? Honestly, I will admit, the more I watch it, the better it gets. It's silly, of course, that's to be expected, but it also captures a lot of the excitement, insecurities, and angers of being a teen as well as being a parent. Their disconnect is very believable, and neither side is necessarily wrong. It's an identifiable connection that allows for a fair amount of laughs as well as a fair amount of drama. Even the serious moments from friggin' Goofy, are surprisingly kind of touching. Sure, it's a product of its times, but it seems dated in the right ways and it seems timeless in the right ways, making it enjoyably retro but also sympathetically heartfelt. Add in a touch of a cynical edge, beautifully flowing animation, and artistically pleasing backdrops, and you have a movie that tried a lot harder than it needed to, resulting in an experience that's surprisingly still pretty damn good.
Those overall thoughts were fucking wonderful. And I agree, it is a great movie. RV is a movie to watch every summer. But a Goofy movie comes close fucking second, for sure. It is a fucking awesome movie, very funny, and not to mention emotional. I think I love it about as much as you do. Now it's time for my overall thoughts. Although this review is good, I wouldn't say that it's a review that I would rewatch over and over again on a frequent basis. Now I have said in the past that the nostalgia critic is at his best when he makes negative reviews. And honestly, I still stand by that. I fucking love his negative reviews which he made between 2007 and 2011. Those are his fucking best reviews in my opinion. I rewatch these at a constant basis. But with this one, yeah, I don't see myself rewatching it much. In fact, I haven't rewatched it much. He still did a good job on the review, but yeah, it's nothing particularly memorable. That's all I'm saying. Well, guys, you've reached the end of the video. Thank you for watching and you all have a fantastic day. Hi guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Buffet and looking back, I did a terrible job talking about Ponder Sprocket's video, Ponder Sprocket the movie, in my video top 15 favorite commentaries of 2017. I could have done a much better job explaining exactly why her video is so fucking great. Now, I'm gonna spend this video talking about how fucking awesome Ponder Sprocket's video is. But this is gonna be different from a video thoughts series. You see, this is not a video thoughts episode. I did not download the video. Since her video is so damn long, I think it's better to just make a discussion video talking about why this video is so fucking great. But this video is gonna be more than that. This video won't just be talking about the video itself, but also all the videos in the commentary chain. I will be talking about the video itself, but that's probably after I'm done talking about the rest of the videos in the chain. So, yeah. So without further ado, let's begin. Now, another thing to point out before getting to the first video of the chain, or more specifically, the fucking movie, I went out of my way to do as much research as possible. I watched not only all the videos in the chain, but also the movies that were a major part of the discussion, like Big, Jingle All the Way, A Christmas Story, and of course, Jack. The only thing I didn't watch for the video is the Amy Schumer comedy special. Now, here's the thing. I wanted to watch that for the purpose of this video. Really, I did. But I couldn't, because I found a lot of fucking results on what it could possibly be. There wasn't only one show like that, there were several. And I really had no idea what to fucking watch. It could have been any of them. And since I didn't feel like taking through all of them, because that would be far too time consuming, obviously, I just fucking skipped it all together. So, yeah, it sucks that I couldn't find the actual Schumer special that they were referring to. I would have loved to so I could understand the discussion more. Now, I'm gonna start by talking about Jack. It's honestly one of my favorite Robin Williams movies. A movie about someone who grows up extremely fucking fast, physically and not mentally. It's an interesting concept, and it makes for a very good movie. And I also find the ending of the movie very fucking sad. And I'm gonna come right out and say it. It's close to the level of Mufasa's death when it comes to how fucking sad it is. And I really mean it. It's fucking tragic that he never gets to grow up because he will die long before he reaches the age of 18. That really is sad. Overall, a fantastic movie and one of Robin Williams' best, like I said. Now I'm gonna talk about the Nostalgia Critic's review of Jack. Now I can't comment on whether he's right or not about Jack not acting like a normal 10-year-old, since I honestly don't fucking know how kids work. So I cannot comment on whether he is right or not. But I will say though that it's totally understandable why he's bashing Francis the Coppola so much in this review. It's completely understandable, because you see, that's a guy who is most notable for his gangster movies, mainly The Godfather. So him trying at a fantasy movie really is fucking strange on his part. So being shocked that he would direct this is totally understandable. And although I don't hate the movie myself, hell, I fucking love it, I completely respect his opinion on the movie. Honestly, this isn't one of the Nostalgia Critic's best reviews I don't rewatch it much. And it has nothing to do with the fact that I have a different opinion on him. Hell, I have a completely different opinion on him of the movie Mary Poppins Returns. But I still think that this is one of his best reviews as he makes so many great points. So yeah, this specific review is not one of his best, not by a fucking long shot. I mean, it's not bad, it is a good review, but yeah, not one of his fucking best, by a long shot, like I said. Now I finally get to talk about Cinematic Venom's commentary on the Nostalgia Critics Jack review. It's about damn time since I have wanted to talk about that video for so long. Now this video was made before Cinematic Venom became a hater of the Nostalgia Critic and even insulted the fans. But I really don't want to talk about that side. I want to focus instead on talking about the fucking video. So yeah, now what I like about this video the most is that he was very fair and admitted that he's even a fan of the Nostalgia Critic. Well, he was at the time. And most of his critiques were very fair. Well, not most of them, all of them were. Anyway, he gave a perfectly legit reason why Jack isn't acting like a normal 10-year-old. So he certainly fucking knows more about this than I do, which is fucking great. Yeah, he did a great job explaining that. And what I appreciate about the video too is that he even agreed with the Nostalgia Critic at some point. Which, in my opinion, far more fucking commentaries should consist of. I have said this many times before and it's worth repeating. Positive things to say about a video are just as important as negative things. And I think it's total bullshit that agreeing is considered such a taboo in the community. That seriously needs to fucking go away. But yeah, I agree with this Cinematic Venom. I fucking love the movie Jack too. And he also brought up many other instances of the Nostalgia Critic misunderstanding the movie and how life works. Great job, Cinematic Venom. Now it's time to talk about Alani Guy's terrible tie-up with Jam and Chip Rocks. It was a terrible video, one of the worst commentaries of 2017. But a lot of people talked about the video already. So I won't spend too much time in this video talking about that particular fucking video. But there are still 2 points made in that video which I want to address. So let's fucking address them.
However, today I'm looking at his review of Francis Ford Coppola's Jack. Jack is one of my favourite films, and a lot of Doug's points are the universal criticism, most of which I can counter, but I can also see some negativity behind it, and I'll admit to a lot of its flaws when the time comes.
Holy shit snacks, I think we just found the root of the problem!
So, if that's the case, why not just do a review of Jack yourself? It would accomplish the same goal, and there's nothing wrong with reviewers bringing up criticisms of works and countering them. Hell, I've done that, and I review often.
Then you mustn't be a good reviewer, because that's not how reviewing fucking works. The purpose of a review is to explain why you like or hate a movie. It's not to address criticism people have towards a movie and argue with the criticism. I mean, sure, you can't do that in a review, but that should not be the main focus. There is a difference between a movie review and a video where you defend a movie. You do know that, right? If you really think it's a good idea to do this constantly in your reviews, I seriously have to question just how good you are at actually reviewing. Because this really makes me fucking doubt that you are.
I think I also found another reason why you decided to make this. This is all out of spite.
This point bothers me a lot. That it's so wrong that it crosses the slander territory. Cinematic Venom made it perfectly fucking clear in his video that he is a fan of the Nostalgia Critic and he just has issues with him. I'm sure if this video was made in 2019 where Cinematic Venom hated General Awesome and everything associated with this site, he might have a point. But his video was made in 2016, back when he was a fan of the Nostalgia Critic. So seriously, fuck all 3 of you for wrongfully accusing him of doing it out of spite. It's not cool at all. Anyway, there's one thing which I really regret, which I did about the video back then. I actually used to fucking like it. Yeah, I'm not kidding, I used to like that fucking video. I am so fucking ashamed of myself for having liked it. I never should have, because that video was rightfully considered by many to be one of the worst videos of 2017. So I'm fucking sorry that I used to like the video. Really, I am. There's nothing I can do about that now, since the past is the past. But yeah, I really fucking regret it. Now it's time to give my thoughts on Doodleton's commentary on that video. It's alright, it's nothing particularly memorable or special, but it's still an alright video. She did a good job explaining on the problems with the try-up. But my issue with the video is that it's not that I see myself rewatching over and over again. But the video is still fine for what it is. Just bear that in mind. And now I'm gonna talk about the stream. This is the first time I've seen the stream on its own. Before that I only saw the stream in Ponder Sprocket's video. And oh boy, after having seen the stream itself, I can definitely see why it was on so many people's worst commentaries of 2017 lists. It is fucking awful, and Ponder Sprocket saved me a lot of waste of time. It really was full of pointless filler that didn't contribute to anything. It's sad really, and overall they did a poor job defending the awful try-up. Now I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about that specific stream, since the main focus of this video is fucking Ponder Sprocket's video, which I will be talking about soon. But there is one point made in that video though that I wanna address, so let's go.
And Jack, Robin Williams, that's his body. That's what he actually is. Tom Hanks, it's just some kid being put into an adult body, so that's not, so, you know, Tom Hanks, that's not the kid's actual body. It's like if, like, Ian Chirps, it's like, in, you know, the scene they showed, it's like, you know, what you would do if you were in someone else's body. Like, let's say if I was put in a girl's body, I would probably be playing with my boobs.
This point is unintentionally hilarious. What do I mean by this? Well, it's so fucking stupid that I just have to laugh. And after seeing the movie Big myself, yeah, this point is bullshit for sure. The character of Big did not go to someone else's body. It's literally his body that changed. How do I know this? Because a lot of the characters in the movie admit that they don't even fucking know the guy which he turned into, and have never seen him in their lives. That is proof enough that his body literally changed to a fucking adult. I seriously have to question if those morons even watched the fucking movie. Probably not, or if they did, they sure as hell didn't pay attention to it. Oh, and there is also another thing that I find absolutely fucking funny about the video. Unintentionally funny. And that is when Max Starbaker gets so upset over Doodle's reaction towards his cameo. It makes me laugh so much whenever he says, "This was supposed to be a cameo." It's funny as hell. It's like I can't take criticism at all. Doodle was clearly explaining how the cameo didn't work, and he reacted like a moron. So fucking funny. And the rest of the people in the stream backing him up makes this even funnier. And for the record, I have been in the community for even longer than Ponder Sprocket has. And yeah, his stick, I've never even fucking heard of it aside from that video. So it's been a common running gag. Yeah, that's complete bullshit. Now I'm finally gonna talk about the video that this video is focused on. Ponder Sprocket, the movie. Now that commentary is so fucking awesome. In fact, it's one of the best commentaries of all time. What I fucking love about it the most is that Ponder Sprocket clearly cared a lot about doing a lot of fucking research. And I can also tell from the video that she's a huge fucking movie buff. And that's fucking awesome. I didn't know that about her before she made the fucking video. But yeah, the commentary is fucking awesome. She did a lot of research and properly debunked the points. And I can tell that the editing took a long ass time. But she didn't do the editing though. Doodletons did. Yeah, the main reason I love that video so much is because it's mainly about movies, which is my biggest fucking passion, obviously. There isn't a lot more that I can say, really. So you know what? I'm gonna show the best part about the video and talk about it. So, let's go.
This whole video kind of comes across as rushed.
Which video are you talking about? The try-up or the live stream? Answer, it's both.
Wow! And I mean, wow, Ponder Sprocket, you totally roasted them. This is epic fucking ponies right there. Now, it's obvious that they meant Doodle's video, and I'm sure you knew that, you were just mocking them. And I'm glad you did, honestly, because those motherfuckers had it fucking coming. Especially because they put all the blame on Jam instead of taking responsibility for their fucking actions. Yeah, that shit honestly pisses me off. Jam deserved so much better. Overall, yeah, her commentary is fucking great. It truly is one of the greatest commentaries of all time. And here's a fun fact. I listen to it all the fucking time at work. And I never get tired of it. It is so fun and entertaining and not to mention funny. And I also fucking love how she has as much passion for movies as I do. She clearly knows a lot about movies, which she proves in the fucking commentary. Oh yeah, I fucking love the video. No doubt about it. There is one more thing that I need to talk about before I wrap this video up. Thundersprocket has gone downhill since after that video was made. I mean, don't get me wrong, that video was fucking awesome and I love it a lot. However, before she made that video and during that video, she made a lot of videos talking about fun stuff, such as art, entertainment, you know, shit like that. But she hasn't done it at all for the past few years. That's what made me less interested in her channel. Nowadays, instead of doing that, she focuses nearly all of her content on talking about pedophilia. Now don't get me wrong, I totally understand why it's an important subject to talk about. I totally get that. But that is not what I subscribe to her for. The main reason I subscribe to her in the fucking first place was to hear her talk about fun stuff like art and entertainment, like I said. But she doesn't do that anymore and that really sucks. And because of this, I no longer hold her in high regard. She is good at the subject, don't get me wrong. But yeah, that's not what I subscribe to her for. And it really is sad how her content has gone completely downhill since that video. I would fucking love to see her talk about fun stuff again. But it's been a couple of years since she went downhill. And she isn't showing a sign of even being interested in doing that. So I don't think that she is gonna do that again anytime soon. And that truly is sad. Once a great channel is now not fun to watch anymore, therefore I don't watch your content as much as I used to. That's all I'm gonna say, people. Thank you for watching and have a great day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Movie Fan, and I'm gonna have to be honest with you people. I find the Powerpuff Girls, the original show, very overrated. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad show, but it's not one of the best shows on Cartoon Network. Not by a fucking long shot. There are plenty of shows that I can think of which I think are far better than the original Powerpuff Girls. Dexter's Laboratory, regular show. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, Clarence, Samurai Jack, Teen Titans. I can go on all fucking day. With that being said, despite thinking that it's not anywhere near one of the best shows on Cartoon Network, I still think it's a very good show overall. But, like any good show, it still has its share of bad episodes. So in this video we'll be doing a countdown of the top 15 worst episodes of the original Powerpuff Girls show. There are no dishonorable mentions this time because all of the bad episodes are on the actual fucking list. Honestly, that just goes to show how great the show is overall. So anyway, without further ado, let's dive in. Number 15, Monkey See, Doggy 2. Let me ask, was it really necessary to make a sequel to an episode and make it essentially the same fucking episode? I wouldn't mind this if it brought something to the table, and to be fair it did, but the differences between the two are so fucking small that they're barely even worth mentioning. This episode is completely pointless and had no reason to exist. Now the episode that this one is a sequel to is a great episode. Mojo Jojo turning everyone into dogs so they would follow his commands is a great concept. I mean, it's weird, but it's weird in a good way. It is what makes the episode fun. So, with the sequel, it's the exact same fucking episode. Mojo Jojo is still stealing the exact same fucking object. He turned everyone to dogs exactly like he did in that episode. He commands those dogs to steal like he did in that episode. The only real fucking difference is the fucking end of the episode. And that alternative ending is fucking pointless. Now Mojo Jojo claims that he realizes the errors of his plans, but he obviously fucking didn't. He decides that since the Powerpuff Girls as dogs were biting him in the ears, that the best solution is to put a steel plate to his ears so the Powerpuff Girls wouldn't bite him in the ears anymore. Jojo, are you fucking stupid? Don't answer that. I know the answer. Yes, you fucking are. Incredibly fucking stupid. I mean seriously, what the hell made you think that this was the solution? What do you think will happen if they can't touch your ears? They beat the shit out of you through other ways, just to your sheer fucking stomach, which they do most of the times. Yeah, it really is frustrating that Mojo Jojo overlooked his flaw in his plan and how much of a fucking moron he is because of it. Mojo Jojo is many things, but he is not a fucking moron, at least not in most episodes, but for some reason he is in this episode. Though him being a fucking moron is not the worst aspect of the episode. It's the fact that it's repetitive as fuck. Let's move on. Number 14, CB, Philby, Gnome. This episode is nothing but songs. And I don't mean that there is occasionally talking in between the song segments. I mean literally, this episode is nothing but fucking songs. And that's my biggest problem. And it got very fucking annoying very fast. Now if this episode was 10 minutes long, it would still be bad. But at least that way it would be over quickly. But no, this episode is 20 fucking minutes long. And the singing got annoying within a fucking second. And it also doesn't help that not a single song in this episode is memorable, not one. And that gnome, which is the focus of the episode, yeah, he is boring as hell. So the episode isn't even worth watching for him. Yeah, fuck this episode. There's absolutely no reason why there should be an episode with literally nothing but fucking singing. Again, gets very fucking annoying very fast. Number 13. Him, Diddle, Riddle. Let me first make it clear that the fact that this episode is totally different from the average episode isn't in itself a problem. Hell, I like when an episode tries something new. The problem over there is the execution. And I don't inherently have a problem with an episode that's mostly about riddles. But here is why it doesn't work. Seriously, the Powerpuff Girls have no fucking reason to even solve these riddles in the first place. And when they do try to solve these riddles, they also cause a lot of colossal damage. So why the hell even bother? They are putting the actual citizens of Townsville in danger while in the middle of solving those fucking riddles. Which goes completely against their character. And it's not even worth it in the end. Apparently they're saving Professor Utonium from him, but by the end of the episode, he isn't in any fucking danger at all. I would be totally fine with the Powerpuff Girls trying to solve a riddle if it actually made sense. But it doesn't make sense at all. Normally him puts people into real danger, but it didn't in this episode. Which I find surprising since that goes against the character of him. So wow, not only are the Powerpuff Girls acting out of character in this episode, so is him. Now, most episodes of the seasons that this is from were double-length episodes. Not only that, the show was also experimenting with new stuff. And for the most part, it really fucking worked. Which is why most of the episodes from that season are not on this list. But unfortunately, it fucking didn't work at all in this specific episode. Which sucks as him is one of my favorite villains. So it's surprising that he isn't the same evil demon he normally is. Number 12. Get Back Jojo. Now, this episode fails at the same thing that so many time traveling stories fail at. And that is understanding how time traveling works. When you go back to the past, you don't become the cause of what happens in the present. You change what happens in the present. Changing the past changes the present day. This is common fucking sense that a lot of good time traveling plots understand, such as the Back to the Future movies, Terminator 2, Looper, both of the Hot Tub Time Machine movies. Just visiting, I can go on all day. By going to the past, you change the events of the present day. You don't become the fucking cause of what happens in the present day. This is something that the Very Odd Parents episode, The Secret Origin of Denzel Crocker, failed to understand as well. And yes, I think that episode is one of the worst of that specific show. Anyway, I wish I could just be done and over with this episode, but unfortunately not the only problem this episode has. Another problem is that it totally retcons what was established in previous episodes of the show. And retconning is one of the worst things that you can do in shows and movies. There is an episode that came before this that flat out fucking shows that Mojo Jojo is the cause of Professor Utonium accidentally splitting a chemical X to his pot when he was making the Powerpuff Girls. He had no fucking idea how the Powerpuff Girls would have looked like. So yeah, even if you ignore the movie, which you should since it is fucking canon, this is even contradicted by events in the show itself. And am I really supposed to believe that he was a complete doofus and the only reason he became a serious scientist is because the Powerpuff Girls went back in time and saw his face? No, I don't fucking believe it at all. So not only does this episode misunderstand time traveling, it also retcons important fucking events in the show itself. Absolutely fucking disgraceful. Number 11. Curses. Okay, Ken, stories in kids media that cursing is bad, just fucking die already. Seriously, this episode has the exact same problem as the episode Sailor Bob in SpongeBob SquarePants. I fucking hate the message with a passion that you should never swear, period. Because it's not a good message to teach children at all. I'm sure There are some places where swearing is completely inappropriate, I will agree. When you're talking to a waiter at a restaurant, you shouldn't swear. But there are still some places where it's totally fine, so that's when you are talking to friends. How about instead of that toxic message that swearing is bad no matter what, you teach children that there's a time and place for that. That would be a much fucking better message. The toxic message that swearing is bad period needs to die in a fucking fire. So fucking what if a kid says the word fuck? Swearing is not bad if it's used at the appropriate time and place. The whole episode is basically, oh, the powerful said the word fuck, that is so fucking bad. And to add insult to fucking injury, there's a new villain introduced for this episode specifically, which doesn't do anything. He doesn't destroy buildings, he doesn't manipulate people, he doesn't cause any trouble. All he fucking does is swear like a motherfucker. What is the point of that fucking character? That quote monster was only introduced to push that toxic message that swearing is bad, period. Seriously, just let that message fucking die already. It does not fucking belong in a kid's cartoon. It's bad enough that you can't swear, period, in kids' cartoons, which I find fucking stupid. But this problem is adding even more insult to injury. Number 10. The City of Brownsville. It's clear that by the 6th season, the show was totally out of good ideas. I mean, sure, there's only one from that season that made it on the list. But unfortunately, the problem with the 6th season overall is that most of the episodes are extremely fucking forgettable. But there is one though, which is not forgettable. It's memorable because it's the perfect episode that proves how the show was totally out of fucking ideas by that point. And that is the City of Brownsville. So basically it's about a guy who is crying all the time. Why the hell is he crying? I don't fucking know. The episode never explains it. So his goal is to make everyone in Townsville cry. Excuse me? That's not an evil or a smart plan. It's just fucking immature. Seriously, that's his fucking plan? To make everyone fucking cry? Now, lack of happiness is a bad thing, don't get me wrong. But this plan really comes across as more immature than anything. And hearing everyone crying also got very fucking annoying very fast. Making it so the villain is someone who wants to make everyone cry is also pretty disgusting if you think about it. Depression is a real problem that many people have to deal with. A lot of people who want to be happy are depressed all the fucking time. And the lack of happiness, they can't fucking help it. So this episode is pretty much an insult to people who really have to deal with that at the top of it. Honestly, that's a minor problem though. The biggest problem of course is that it's proof that the show ran out of good ideas by that point. And honestly, I'm glad that's where the show ended. Number 9. PPGs. So, the premise of this episode is just fucking pointless. The Power Girls are arguing about who pissed in the bed. Fucking really? That's all you got? That is so fucking pointless, and not to mention boring, but the fact that it's pointless is a much bigger problem. The entire fucking episode is about the Powerpuff Girls arguing about who pissed in the bed. Who the hell thought this was a good idea? This episode is nothing more than a time waster. And by the end of the episode, as it turns out, it's Mojo Jojo who used water to make it look like the Powerpuff Girls pissed in the bed. And when the Powerpuff Girls thought that he was doing something evil, he just says, no, it's just that I don't like you. Remember earlier on in the video when I said that Mojo Jojo is acting completely out of character? Yeah, he's fucking doing it here too, so let's move on. Number 8, Save Mojo. Now I know that Girls Gone Wild is a pretty infamous episode, but let me defend it for a minute. Yes, the people who were protesting the Powerpuff Girls, since children were imitating them, were in the wrong. But here's the thing, that episode clearly portrays them as being in the wrong, and they regretted what they did by the end of the episode. That's why I don't mind it that much. But that's not at all the case with Save Mojo. So basically a bunch of fucking morons are protesting because the Powerpuff Girls are beating up Mojo Jojo, and they're acting like Mojo Jojo is just an innocent monkey. Although he fucking isn't. He's one of the most dangerous criminals in the city of Townsville. So why the hell did they have the false idea that Mojo Jojo was being fucking oppressed? Because they're fucking morons, that's the reason. There is literally no other reason. Again, I wouldn't mind this if the episode was portraying those people as being in the wrong, but it doesn't. Those people never get any consequences for their actions at all. And the end of the episode isn't satisfying either. Mojo Jojo deserves to be in fucking jail, not in the fucking wild. And who is to say that he won't do evil things while he is in the fucking wild? He easily could. He's one of the smartest characters of the show. And what makes this even worse is that the law is completely on their fucking side. It's clearly shown that it's fucking illegal for the powerful girls to fight Mojo Jojo. What the hell? This episode has such fucked up morals that it's unbelievable. Number 7. Sweet and sour. The citizens of Townsville are being complete fucking morons in this episode. There are certain animals who commit all sorts of fucking crimes, and the citizens of Townsville don't want the powerful girls to do anything about it. But know why? Because the animals are fucking cute. First off, I call bullshit on that. There is nothing cute about committing crimes and getting away with it because you're apparently cute. That is fucking ugly, which is the opposite of cute. Cuteness has more to do with than how you look physically. It has also to do with how you fucking act. And they aren't acting cute at all in this fucking episode. The power girls aren't allowed to do a damn thing about this. Because the citizens of Townsville are fucking morons. Even by the fucking end, the narrator says, unfortunately the power girls saved the day, but they were so cute. Get a fucking grip on yourself, Mr. Narrator. Now, I understand that the citizens are supposed to be stupid for comedy, but it's not funny here at all. It's just embarrassing. Number 6. Daylight savings. Here, Miss Keene is being a total fucking moron. She wants the powerful girls to go to sleep earlier since they are so tired all the time at school. Now she claims that education is more important than fighting crime during night. Fucking excuse me? Hey Miss Keene, you fucking moron. Did it ever occur to you that the powerful girls are fucking superheroes? And they aren't fighting crimes at night for fun? They are doing it because it needs to be fucking done. If they don't do that, there's a lot of fucking chaos. Not to mention, a lot of the fucking villains have superpowers that an ordinary cop can't stop, since a gun is not enough in order to stop them. That's why the powerful girls are fucking needed. My fucking god. Saying that education is more important than that is dumb in every possible way. And surely enough, the city really is in fucking chaos because the powerful girls aren't allowed to fight anymore after a certain time. Now they are allowed to fight crime in the end, but even that has its set of problems. Due to the daylight savings, it's not at bedtime yet, so the professor has to allow them to fight more for 15 minutes. But that's it, just 15 more minutes. After that, it's their fucking bedtime. So is this a solution to the problem? No, it's not. And by morning, I doubt there is even a school to go back to. Hell, the city as a fucking whole would be in such chaos that you aren't able to do anything. Seriously, fuck Miss Kane in this episode. She's a fucking moron and should be ashamed of herself for allowing the city to burn in flames. If it does, it's completely her fucking fault for being such a fucking moron. Number 5. Fallen Archers. Speaking of people being fucking morons, Blossom is a total fucking moron in this episode. There's a group of villains that happen to be elderly, which the power girls aren't allowed to fight according to Blossom because of the fact that they are old people. Are you fucking kidding me? A criminal is still a criminal. And there are a lot of evil people in the world that happen to be fucking old. Whether they're old or not, shouldn't be a fucking factor. They aren't innocent old people. They are old people who are criminals. Therefore, they deserve to be fucking stopped, arrested and beaten up. So what does Blossom do instead? She tries to find some superheroes which are clearly not mentally capable of stopping those evil villains and have retired, and for good reasons, from being superheroes a long time ago. Why the hell did Blossom think this was a good idea? And it's not even funny how out of shape those retired superheroes are. It's actually very fucking embarrassing. And I am pissed that Blossom is so fucking stupid. Buttercup and Bubbles are rightfully pissed at her and think that she is in the wrong. There's nothing enjoyable about this mess at all. It's beyond fucking frustrating how stupid Blossom is being in this episode. And what the narrator said in the end is completely true. That they would have been saved if Blossom didn't have that ignorant fucking viewpoint. I mean, seriously, what the hell is wrong with her? She should know that those are evil old people, not just some innocent old people. Number 4, toast of the town. If you thought characters acting out of character couldn't get any worse, boy, are you fucking wrong. Now I wanna make something perfectly clear about the mayor of the city of Townsville. He might act goofy at times and childish, but his childishness is not what defines his character. What defines him is the fact that he is a great mayor. He is honest, knows how to run the city of Townsville well, and takes his job very seriously. He has a good reason to respect the powerful girls. Him acting childish sometimes does make him funny, I will admit, but that is not what defines his character. Apparently, the people who wrote this episode don't get that. Because in this episode, all that is to the mayor is that he's acting incredibly fucking childish and more so than usual. He whines and complains about not getting exactly what he wants. He wants Professor Utonium to fix his toaster, and he doesn't even fucking listen to him when he tells him that he's not the best person to go to get it fixed. And he bugs Professor Utonium constantly about getting it done as soon as possible. Seriously, he's acting like such a spoiled kid. And it's not funny at all, it's fucking annoying. I can't stand this episode because of that very reason. Normally the mayor wouldn't do any of that shit. He's a bit childish in most episodes, but at least he is a reasonable guy and a great politician. Another thing to note too is that he is a politician who is completely honest, which is almost non-existent. So having him act that way is both fucking pathetic and out of character. And it gets annoying in a second. Number 3, child fearing. Now, this episode is definitely without a doubt a Mojo Jojo torture porn. So basically he's hired as the babysitter for the powerful girls. And normally he deserves bad things to happen to him. He's a dangerous criminal after all. But in this episode he does nothing wrong. All he fucking wants is to have a good time and relax while he is taking care of the powerful girls. But they make sure that he has the worst time possible babysitting them. The powerful girls deliberately annoy him. He just wants to take a break and relax while the powerful girls behave. Now if the powerful girls were ordinary kids, I could somewhat let it slide. Sure, it would still be annoying, but I could at least excuse it, as causing trouble is normal behavior in children. But here's the thing, the powerful girls are not normal children. They have a moral code and they're actually more intelligent than an ordinary kid. I mean, not only are they good crime fighters, they're also completely capable of thinking rationally, which is not really common with children. And they normally don't beat up a villain for simply just being there. They would only beat up a villain if he does something wrong. Most of the times that is. There are a few other times when they do something bad when the villain is doing nothing wrong. But the majority of the times, they leave a villain the fuck alone unless they do something wrong. So what were their excuses for making sure that Mojo Jojo has the worst time possible? There was no fucking excuse. All he wanted to do was to babysit the powerful girls, that's it. And he wanted to relax. He did nothing wrong. I can't believe I'm saying this, but in this specific episode, the true villains are the powerful girls. They act more like villains than heroes in this specific episode, and that is so fucking infuriating. Number 2, cover up. My god, this episode legitimately pisses me off. Now Bubbles has her toys with her all the time. She often acts like the toys have feelings and she feels more comfortable that way. And no one in the show minds, in fact they're totally fine with that. So let me ask, why the hell is it suddenly a bad thing when Buttercup does something similar? Yes, a grown-ass man being so attached to an inanimate object would be fucking creepy. When you see a grown-ass man acting like his teddy bear is alive, it would be reasonable to assume he has some mental issues. But here is the thing, Buttercup is not an adult at all. She's a fucking kid. So her being so attached to a piece of clothing, it's completely normal. Seriously, she feels uncomfortable without it. And there is nothing wrong with that. If she's so attached to that object that's fine. But no, the episode is clearly trying to portray her as being completely the wrong for that. And that shows fucking double standards because Bubbles act similarly to her toys and no one gives a fuck. This episode really fucking pisses me off because of that. Normally something bad happens to Buttercup, she deserves it. She did some bad stuff in the episode, therefore she's getting consequences for her actions. But in this specific episode, she did nothing wrong. All she did was getting attached to a fucking object, which again is normal for a fucking kid. Seriously, fuck this episode and especially fuck the ending for really trying to show us that Buttercup was in the fucking wrong for getting attached to that object. She deserves so much better than this. Number 1, powerproof bluff. This episode is so bad that I even made a review of it. And it's so far the only episode on this list which I dedicated an entire video to. No worries though, I am definitely interested in reviewing the rest of the episodes on this list someday. Although I prefer reviewing something which I like, it's fun to review stuff that I hate every once in a while. Anyway, my biggest problem with this episode is just how fucking stupid it is. So basically, 3 criminals who for some reason find costumes that make them look like the Powerpuff Girls manage to fool the entire city of Townsville into thinking that they are the Powerpuff Girls. How the hell is that even possible? They're obviously tall fucking men and they're only dressed like the Powerpuff Girls. And they are definitely too fucking big to be the Powerpuff Girls. You would have to be a fucking moron to be fooled by that. Which to be fair, the citizens of Townsville are. They are. There's only one person who can see the obvious. Miss Bellum. Now don't get me wrong, it makes sense that she knows this and she is a smart character. But the fact that she is literally the only fucking person who can see through this bullshit is, well, bullshit. And when I say they got everyone else fooled, I do mean everyone. When the Powerpuff Girls fight those criminals, the Powerpuff Girls confuse each other for the actual criminals. Are you fucking kidding me? The criminals do get fooled by this as well, which at least makes sense as they are them criminals. But the fucking Powerpuff Girls? No, no, no. This episode is so frustratingly stupid. If you're interested in seeing my review of this episode, I will leave a link to it in the video description below. But before you watch the video, I must warn you, it's very outdated and it might not be good anymore. I did in fact make the review back when I only used one image from the episode and didn't use any other images or even clips from the episode. Yeah, looking back, it was fucking dumb of me to do that back then. I should have used a lot of images and clips in my episode reviews. Thankfully I do that nowadays, so I have improved on that. So anyway, I might not think that this show is one of the best shows on Cartoon Network, not even fucking close, but I will admit though that it's still a good show. And the fact that every single bad episode is on the list and there wasn't a single dishonorable mention just goes to show the fucking great quality of the show overall. I really enjoy most of the episodes that are not on this list. Really, I do. Majority of them are great and just shows how fucking good the show was. Anyway, people who have reached the end of the video, thank you all for watching and you all have a fantastic day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Movie Fan and it's time for another episode review. And this time I will be reviewing the Powerpuff Girls episode Powerpuff Buff. Now before I start getting into the episode itself, I just would like to say that I am not surprised that a bad episode of the Powerpuff Girls exists. Because every single show, no matter how good it is, has its share of bad episodes. Family Guy has Peter Asmant. The Simpsons has Miracle on Evergreen Terrace. South Park has Stanley's Cup. Dexter's Laboratory has Dexter vs. Santa's Claws. And I'm sure that even Charmed has a bad episode. I can't think of a bad Charmed episode at the moment, but I'm sure that if I look deeper I will find one. And oh boy, I got a bad episode to talk about today. What makes this episode so bad? Well, let's get into it. The episode starts with bank robbery. Some creepy looking guys try to rob a bank, but get their ass handed to them by the Powerpuff Girls and are sent to jail because of that. They try to rob a jewelry store and the same happens. They also try to rob the mayor and the same happens. So yeah, basically they attempt to do all sorts of crime and get their asses handed to them by the Powerpuff Girls. Now while in jail, they are talking about how tired they are of the Powerpuff Girls getting all this respect, and they think that if they look like the Powerpuff Girls, they would get that respect as well. Now I got something to ask you, creepy looking man. How the hell would any of you morons manage to look like the Powerpuff Girls? Unless you could shrink and somehow copy their DNA, I don't think you could look like them. But a prison has costumes that allows them to dress up like the Powerpuff Girls. I'm sure that prisons don't have costumes that the prisoners can use. But trust me, that's the least of this episode's problems. So anyway, those creepy looking guys dress up like the Powerpuff Girls and somehow think that's gonna fool anyone. Yeah, I really doubt that costume is gonna fool anyone. I mean, they are still the same size they were, and not to mention, their hairy arms are still visible. But the dumbest guard at the prison is fooled by that and lets them out. Now they attempt to rob a bank, and one of them makes a fool of himself by thinking that he can get the money by simply asking for it. But for some reason, it actually works. Everyone in the bank thinks that's the Powerpuff Girls and hands them over the money. Alright, this is just getting fucking stupid. It's bad enough that the prison guard got fooled by that disguise, but the bankers got fooled by it as well. I mean, seriously, how can anyone get fooled by an obvious disguise like that? It's so fucking plainly obvious that those are creepy looking guys dressed up like the Powerpuff Girls. They don't even look like them in the slightest. Anyone can clearly fucking see that those are guys that are much bigger than the Powerpuff Girls. And it's also easy to see their hands. Now they go to the jewelry store and even the people that work there are fooled by this. Alright, I am convinced that all the citizens of Townsville are a bunch of fucking morons. And you know, that bothers me a lot, because the citizens of Townsville are not this fucking stupid in any other episode of the Powerpuff Girls. Maybe they might be a bit naive in some other episodes, but they're never this fucking stupid. That's why this episode is bad. The citizens of Townsville should see through this obvious disguise. The only citizen of Townsville that sees through the disguise is Miss Bella. Even the fucking mayor is fooled by those obvious disguises. That's at least somewhat excusable, since the mayor has proven in other episodes to be stupid. But the bankers, the guys at the jewelry store, the prison guards and many others should not be this fucking stupid. And to make matters worse, the real Powerpuff Girls get arrested for something those creepy looking men did. I absolutely can't fucking stand when a character I like gets punished for something that they didn't do. I can accept it if it's caused by a smart villain, but those criminals aren't smart in the slightest. In fact, they are very dumb. But the citizens of Townsville in this episode are even dumber. And it still pisses me off a lot how fucking stupid the citizens of Townsville are in this episode. I know I've said it a lot during this review, but it's true. But after the Powerpuff Girls break out of jail, they find those creepy looking guys and beat the shit out of them. Alright, it was bad enough that the citizens of Townsville couldn't tell the difference. But how the hell are the Powerpuff Girls themselves fooled by this? I mean, the Powerpuff Girls beat the shit out of each other instead of those criminals. That shouldn't happen because the disguise is so fucking obvious. They get those criminals arrested, and the episode ends with them going back to jail since they broke out of jail. And yeah, breaking out of jail is illegal. Now it's time for my overall thoughts. My god, this episode is fucking stupid. I don't think that this is the worst episode of the Powerpuff Girls. Town and Out is a much worse episode. But if I were to make a worst Powerpuff Girls episodes, this episode would definitely be on the top 5 list. The fact that the citizens of Townsville are fucking morons in this episode is unforgivable. Anybody, and I mean anybody, can see through their disguise. These criminals are creepy looking, and dressing up like the Powerpuff Girls doesn't make them any less creepy looking. So I'm going to give this episode 2 middle fingers. Again, I am not surprised that a bad Powerpuff Girls episode exists. But yeah, this is an awful one. Well guys, that's all I gotta say. Thank you for watching, have a great day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Movie Fan, and it's time for another Video Thoughts episode. This time I will be responding to Just Stop's video on why Darkly was never funny. Now since this is the first time I'm covering Just Stop, I might as well tell you what I think of him overall. His videos are very damn good. I mean, he's already one of my favorite YouTubers, not by a fucking long shot, but he still does a great job with his videos for the most part. Now can I explain why I decided to make this video in the first place? You see, I'm a big fan of Darkly. I find Darkly funny as hell. So the main purpose of this video is to defend a YouTuber which I love. Now I want to make it clear that I don't think Just Stop is in the wrong for not liking Darkly. That is completely fine by me. He is of course entitled to his opinion. The main reason why I decided to make this video in the first place is the same reason why I make most of my defense videos. Is to defend something that I like in a civil way. With that all being said, and without further ado, let's dive into the fucking video, shall we?
YouTube sure is a wonderful place with endless bouts of content. Someone can get lost in everything the site has to offer.
I agree. YouTube is a fucking awesome website and my favorite website on the internet because of that very reason. I mean, BitChute exists, but let's be honest here. The amount of content there is minuscule compared to the amount of content on YouTube. Not to mention, the vast majority of content on BitChute are just YouTube videos being re-uploaded. There's barely any original content over there.
Over 300 hours of content are uploaded every minute.
300? That seems very unlikely to me. More like fucking thousands. Or hell, 100,000. That seems far more likely to me.
It's entirely possible that you could just watch the regular stuff that you always do and end up finding something completely different that you had never even heard of before.
Oh yeah, I love watching videos outside the norm of what I usually watch. That's what makes the recommended function on YouTube so fucking awesome.
But my point is, we're all unique and we're all going to be represented equally. Oh, it's killing me. Sorry, I had something in my throat.
I must admit, that made me laugh.
Saying something everyone already knows doesn't make it any less true.
I mean, you're right. Plenty of people make the exact same fucking point. And if the point is still valid, it's still valid.
The entire purpose of the trending tab is to make large channels and corporations get the sunlight while us scrubs get to stay in the darkness to rot. Obviously, there's a thing to be said about how the YouTube algorithm is really fucking messed up, but we've already heard it a million times before.
Yeah, the trending tab never served any real fucking purpose. That is the main reason why I've never used it, not once. Seriously, fuck that, man.
Hold up, why am I even talking about video game parodies? I feel like I'm back in 2013. Are they still a very popular thing to do? I don't really know any channels that still do that.
I mean, I don't see why video game parodies would no longer be popular. Video games still are extremely fucking popular. And people make fun of what's popular, it's normal. So I don't see what sense it makes to think that those kinds of videos are no longer relevant. Also, why choose 2013 specifically? I'm not sure if you do this, but video game parodies have been popular on YouTube since fucking 2006. How do I know this? Because I was a YouTuber back in 2006 and video game parodies were fucking everywhere. I would even argue that they were more popular in 2006 than they were in 2013. Which makes total sense. The site was new back then, so of course a lot more people would have been interested in those kinds of videos. It was new. It was something that has never been done before. Everything on fucking YouTube was new and something that has never been done before back in 2006. Sure, those kinds of videos aren't as popular nowadays as they were back then, but saying that they are no longer relevant is still fucking ridiculous. Because they still are popular. They aren't as popular as they were in 2006, but still very damn popular.
So, imagine with me, if a channel decided to take the power of the 2013 video game parody video and do exactly what you'd expect with it. That's how Dorkly came to be.
This point doesn't make much sense. Are you implying that all video game parodies from back then, they're the fucking same? Because that's dumb. There were all sorts of video game parodies back then. They didn't all fall under the same category. Also, why the hell are you bringing up 2030 specifically and not 2006? Yeah, I'm still on that.
Its host, College Humor. It's most likely if you were around back in the early days of YouTube, you heard of them, or you could have seen one of their more popular videos in your recommended or in the trending tab. That could be because of how much they appear there, or it could be since they have over 3,300 videos. Boy, I'd hate to be a consistent viewer of the channel.
You think that's bad? I have over fucking 5,000 videos across all 3 of my channels.
Okay. Anyway, Dorkly sucks. In fact, it was never really funny to begin with. I know it's easy to point and say something isn't funny, but Dorkly has incredibly awful, lazy humor without a hint of subtlety or creativity.
Actually, I'd argue that Dorkly is very fucking creative, but you are of course entitled to your opinion.
Writing funny humor can be difficult or easy depending on the person. The same can be applied to who finds the joke funny.
I mean, yeah, comedy is subjective. So is any other form of entertainment. What's your fucking point? I don't see what purpose your sentence here served. Because you're just stating the fucking obvious.
Any kind of joke can be funny if you use it in a smart way.
I'm sorry, but I hate the idea that a joke has to be smart in order to work. What exactly is wrong with dumb comedy? I love dumb jokes. A lot of them make me laugh. And I'm not alone on this. Plenty of people find dumb jokes funny as hell. You're of course entitled to your opinion, but I just don't agree with you at all.
Fart jokes, for example, can be seen as barely jokes at all because the joke is, ooh, the character farted. Is that not so hilarious on its own?
Honestly, I would have to agree with you on that. Fart jokes are some of the laziest types of jokes out there.
Or it could be funny by having the joke be someone farts when it's unexpected.
Okay, name one moment where a fart joke is unpredictable. Come on, just name fucking one. Because I seriously can't think of any. Every time there's a fart joke that I see in media, I see it fucking coming.
You could basically get all the enjoyment out of a Dorkly video by reading the title. Any joke you could think of right off the top of your head, that'll be the joke in the video.
The jokes are predictable to you. I personally don't find them predictable at all. Most of the times when I watch a Dorkly video, I don't see anything coming. Now you could make the argument that the Pokédex Bring Literal series are predictable since there's just sprite animation based on the fucking Pokédex entry. But I would argue that isn't exactly predictable either. I mean sure, the animations are usually related to the fucking Pokédex entry. But sometimes something new is tried with those videos and there's an expansion on what the Pokédex entry says and there's more going on in the video. Sure, I will give you that's not the case most of the times you see exactly what you fucking expect from the Pokédex entry. But I'm just saying that sometimes they try something new with that.
It's basically the epic movie of movies.
Don't you mean the epic movie of web videos? Alright, with that nitpick out of the way, let me just say that if that's how you honestly feel about Dorkly, fine. But I don't agree with this comparison at all. At least Dorkly is trying to be creative and do something new with the material that he's been given. Much like epic movie, disaster movie, Midi Spartacus and so on, aren't even fucking parodies. All these movies do is to poorly mimic whatever was popular at the time. And not to mention, the references in those movies were even dated back then. Dorkly on the other hand does for the most part not make fun of stuff that's recent, but instead makes fun of stuff which is timeless. I really don't think this is a fair comparison.
Well, in this Luigi Wears Red video, they put the arcade version of Mario and Luigi from Mario Bros. In a Super Mario Bros. Setting. Why? It just clashes with the rest of the scene.
This is such a nitpick. Are you really expecting this gate to be 100% accurate to whatever Dorkly is making fun of? I'm sorry, but if a joke is accurate to something that it's supposed to make fun of, that ruins the fucking joke. The point of a joke is to try something different from what the person is even making fun of. Otherwise it wouldn't be funny, in my opinion at least.
I counted over 75 skits involving Mario or Mario characters. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to have Mario as a character, but Jesus Christ, try something different. There's over 60 with Pokemon, there's so many with Zelda, there's so many with Sonic. That's another problem with Dorkly. They're reluctant to leave their little bubble of franchises.
I really don't see what's wrong with that. I make a lot of videos discussing The Simpsons, Star Wars, the Pokemon anime, and so on. Do you know why I do it? Because I'm fucking passionate about those franchises. And that is probably the reason why Dorkly does constantly go back to those fucking franchises. I really don't see how this is a problem. You're just nitpicking.
So many 8 or 16-bit or even 4-bit games exist with premises that have much more comedic possibility with much more thoughtful humor that could be made.
I do understand how a suggestion on doing more obscure franchises could work, but the problem is, what if Dorkly is unfamiliar with those franchises? Dorkly shouldn't be making videos on obscure franchises if he is not fucking familiar with them at all. That would honestly be a bad idea. Personally, I think Dorkly should stick to doing skits making fun of those popular franchises, because that's obviously what Dorkly is the most passionate about.
Nowadays, we get top 5s and just general dorky, gamer, or geek-related stuff that appeals to all audiences of that kind of market. It's really like GameStop. They just decided to put in a bunch of useless bullshit in the aisles of their stores for no reason, just so they can take attention away from games for no reason whatsoever, even though game is in the fucking name and it's about fucking games. Oh my fucking god, GameStop, stop selling Five Nights at Freddy's shit, no one buying it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. I don't care for any of Dorkly's videos besides his Sprite video game parodies. Now it's time for my overall thoughts. Honestly, I think this is a good video, really I do. I have absolutely nothing against Just Stop. Really, I don't. I think he's a pretty good YouTuber. The main reason I made this video was to defend Dorkly, which is a YouTuber I love and find funny as hell. I don't think there was anything really wrong with his points. I just disagreed with him, that's all. So this video is just simple disagreement, nothing more. I completely respect his opinion on Dorkly. And just stop, if you're watching this, keep up the good work, man. Anyway, people, you have reached the end of the video. Thank you for watching and you have a fantastic day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Fernand. Before I continue on with this video, I just want to make it clear that I don't hate Silent Rob at all. Hell, I enjoy most of his videos. Whenever I wanna have a good laugh, I watch one of his videos. A lot of them never fail to make me laugh. But unfortunately, some fucking moron didn't get the message and thought that I was just hating on him in my response to his video on how the angry video game nerd sucks. Even though I was as civil and respectful as possible. Yeah, that guy is a fucking moron, and I stand by that he was embarrassing himself thinking it was a hate video despite me clearly stating in that video that I am a huge fan of Silent Rob. So yeah, just bear in mind that I don't hate him at all. There is a difference between hate and criticism, and what I am doing in this video is criticism, not hate. Back in 2019, I made a video responding to Silent Rob video talking about why the angry video game nerd sucks now. And a year later I responded to his video talking about how the AVGN and the Arid Gamer crossover was hot garbage. And honestly, I agree. Waiting all those years was not fucking worth it. At first I thought that crossover was just okay, but now I think it's god awful. And this is coming from somebody who fucking loves the angry video game nerd and the Arid Gamer for the most part. But yeah, that special was not very good and it is complete garbage. Now, a common problem with both of those videos is that he cares far too much about the fact that people like the angry video game nerd and the Arid Gamer. Oh, and I stand by that he really needs to grow the fuck up. It's fucking pathetic for a guy at about the same age as me acting like a fucking spoiled teenager. Seriously, he should know better and understand subjectivity more. It really is none of his business what other people like. And the fact that he thinks it is shows his childishness and that he needs to grow the fuck up, like I said. So yeah, the big question I want to ask with this video is, does Silent Drop hate happiness? I mean, it sure feels that way to me. I mean, think about it. He's making a big deal out of people liking the angry video game than the irate gamer. You know what those people who like those two feel? Happiness. So by making a big deal out of people still liking those two, he is, in fact, having an issue with people being happy. Yeah, that is the reason why I think he might hate happiness. So, does Silent Drop hate happiness? I think there's a high possibility that he fucking does. Now, I know he has been happy in his videos before. I'm not saying he hasn't. But what I brought up earlier still makes it seem to be like he hates happiness. So anyway, yeah, that's basically it. Thank you all for watching. You have a fantastic day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze, the movie fan. And first things first, I'm gonna have to apologize to some people. I know I have been rude to some people who suggested that I should play Pokemon Legends Arceus, and I apologize for that. However, I still constantly get comments and messages from people insisting that I play Pokemon Legends Arceus. So I decided to make this video. Now I'm gonna try to be as civil as I possibly can. Now, here's the thing guys. I am not interested in playing the game the slightest. I understand why many people think that, since I am a Pokemon fan. But here's the thing, I'm only a fan of the Pokemon games in Generation 6 and below. And I'm not a big fan of X and Y, just make that clear. So overall, I'm mainly just a fan of the first 5 generations. Delphox and Aegislas are fucking awesome though. Nothing will take that away. And so is Pangoro. But yeah, overall, I prefer the old games. I don't at all collect the new main series Pokemon games anymore. In fact, Pokemon Sun was the last one I bought. There are many reasons as to why I have lost interest in the main series Pokemon games. The first reason is that I don't think the graphics look good anymore, especially the Pokemon motors. They look so wrong. The XP here made the games easy to the point that they're boring. All those unnecessary additions such as Mega Evolution, Gigamax, regional variants and so on really bug me. If you're interested, I made a full video where I go into detail about all these issues. If you wanna see it, a link to it is the video description below. But yeah, I don't collect the main series Pokemon games anymore, since those problems really bother me. That's not the only reason. The other reason is because honestly, I'm fucking bored of collecting new Pokemon games. No joke, I have been collecting new Pokemon games ever since Pokemon Red and have been doing it every single fucking year. And I got fucking bored of it and I'm tired of it, which is why I don't collect new main series Pokemon games anymore. Now, to address the reasons why I apparently should be interested in the game. It's more challenging than the regular Pokemon games. Well, that doesn't change anything. I still don't give a fuck about the modern Pokemon games. Trust me, the game being too fucking easy isn't the only reason. It's also because I'm fucking bored of them. But not the first 5 generations though. I still play those games constantly and never get tired of it. But the later games, yeah. And the graphics from what I have seen don't look that appealing to me. The designs of the Pokemon, yeah, it has the exact fucking same problems I have with the other main series Pokemon games. They just look incredibly wrong. Mind you, this is an incredibly minor reason as to why I'm not interested in Legends. Trust me, I know that you can't judge a game by its graphics. It's a very minor reason. The main reason is that I'm fucking bored of collecting Pokemon games. Honestly, I don't want any fucking suggestions of any Pokemon game, period, that's recent. If you have any suggestions for me, just fucking keep them to yourself, please. I made this video to make it clear that not only do I not want any suggestions of playing Pokemon Legends, I also want no suggestions on playing any new Pokemon games, period. Generation 5 and earlier are the way to go. You know what I would want instead? You see, I want to move on from the Pokemon games and try video games from different franchises. I mean, the Pokemon franchise is still my favorite video game franchise of all time, and that will likely never change. And having Pokemon will still be a big part of my internet persona. But the thing is, since I'm fucking bored of the new Pokemon games, I'd rather try different games. Now remember that Let's Play I did earlier this year for Crash Bandicoot on the PlayStation? Well, I did it precisely for that reason. Precisely because I wanted to try doing a Let's Play of a game that's not related to Pokemon at all. And that is also the reason why I did my Let's Play on Super Castlevania 4 for the SNES. So if you have suggestions of new Pokemon games, don't fucking say them. But I am, however, open to suggestions on games to play that are unrelated to Pokemon. And by unrelated, I mean completely unrelated. I do not want suggestions on games that work similarly to Pokemon where you fight other monsters in a turn-based game. I don't fucking want that. I want something unrelated to Pokemon. Alright, now that I've made this video and cleared this shit up, hopefully this will decrease the amount of comments I get suggesting that I play Legends. Again, I appreciate the suggestion, but I am not fucking interested at all. Hell, my interest is so small that I don't even watch any videos on YouTube related to Pokemon Legends. Which is saying a lot, since I am still interested in watching videos about the Diamond and Pearl remakes as well as Sword and Shield, even though I have no intention of playing those fucking games. But with Legends, yeah, my interest is so fucking low that I'm not even willing to watch any videos on the game. You know, that might change. Not the fact that I might give this game a chance, but the fact that I might watch fucking videos about it. As for the game itself, yeah, me playing it, it's never gonna fucking happen. I'd rather play games unrelated to Pokemon instead. I hope you guys understand. Well, you have reached the end of the video. Thank you for watching and have a great day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the movie fan, and it's time for another video thoughts episode. This time I will be covering King K's video Pokemon Red Blue retrospective. Now, I fucking love Pokemon Red. It is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon games. I've played it many times before and I still do it to this day. I never get tired of it. Now before I dive into the video itself, I am gonna tell you my opinion on King K. Now, this is the first video of his which I saw and I really enjoyed it, so I decided to subscribe to his channel. Since then I've watched many of his videos. He mainly makes video game related videos and I have to be honest, his content is fucking awesome. He's a very cool dude and I appreciate all the effort he puts into his videos. Now, how good is this video talking about Pokemon Red and Blue? But only one way to find out, so without further ado, let's dive in.
Hey, little buddy, want a ride?
Pikachu!
Yeah, whatever. I'll be right back.
Where can you catch all 150 Pokemon? Yeah, on your Game Boy, that's where. Pokemon for Game Boy is here. With both packs, you can catch them all.
Oh, that's your brings me so nostalgic fucking memories. I remember back when Pokemon Red and Blue were new, and I remember seeing that commercial back then. And it was fucking awesome back then, and it's still fucking awesome now. This sure is a classic and iconic commercial. Thank you for showing it. You couldn't have started the video in a better way.
Pokemon, as a series, has seen some remarkable changes since the late 90s. No more is it about two trainers striking out on an adventure to challenge the Pokemon League, to befriend Pokemon and trainers alike, to catch them all.
I mean, it pretty much still fucking is. I mean, sure, the Pokemon games have changed a lot since they began. I am not disputing that. However, the basic premise of the Pokemon games is still the fucking same as it was during the first generation.
What it established for the series going forward can't be adequately explained in a few paragraphs, which is why this video exists.
And honestly, I'm glad you made this video. I was very interested in it when I saw it in my recommended feed.
Because I'm weird and want to make huge videos dissecting each generation of Pokemon in an effort to convince you I'm smart.
I mean, I wouldn't say that you're weird for making this video. If Pokemon is something that you're passionate about, I see absolutely nothing wrong with that. And if you're trying to convince me that you are smart, you are doing a very damn good job at it, because I think you're very fucking smart.
I have elected to ignore the remakes for now in favor of not letting my thoughts get too out of control. This video in particular would be 3 times as long if I tried to cram in both of its remakes, and I just don't think that's necessary to get my points across.
I personally don't think it would have been a good idea anyway, because those remakes don't count as being part of Generation 1. The first remake, Fire Red and Leaf Green, have moves, abilities and so on, which were introduced in Generation 3. And the exact same thing can be said about the remakes Pokemon Let's Go, Pikachu and Eevee. Those games are more part of Generation 7 than they are part of Generation 1. So yeah, you're totally in the right for not doing that, since that wouldn't fit.
At some point, I'll be making a video on every single Pokemon remake, evaluating their best and worst aspects, so don't worry.
And I am looking forward to those videos for sure.
To say the series exploded in popularity upon the release of Red and Blue in the States would be an understatement.
I mean, it didn't just blow up in popularity and more in the United States. It happened all around the fucking world. So why are you referring to the United States specifically? I can tell you from personal experience that it was also insanely fucking popular in Iceland. I remember back when I was in elementary school and almost everyone I fucking talked to owned Pokemon Red or Blue. And interacting with each other was fun back then for sure. I'm not sure why you're talking about the United States specifically, since this happened to the entire world, not just the States. Is this a nitpick? I mean, sure, I won't dispute that, but it still bothers me a little bit.
Pikachu is an adorable mouse that shoots electricity from its body.
No, it's not cute. It's been forced to our faces through most of the fucking merchandising. There's nothing cute about that at all. Now, to be fair, I did make a video last year talking about how Pikachu shouldn't be the mascot, and I disowned the video not because I've started liking Pikachu, I still don't. I fucking hate that Pokemon, but more because I didn't understand when I made that video how mascots fucking work. But yeah, the fact that Pikachu is still getting far too much unwarranted fucking exposure still bothers me. I was biased in the video and made many bad points. I am willing to admit that. But yeah, they still bothers me. And hey, if you think Pikachu is adorable, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion.
Outside of playing the game, where did you learn about the location of certain Pokemon in a game with random encounter rates? Some as low as 5%. This was before Bulbapedia, by the way. You didn't do it by yourself, that's for goddamn sure.
I mean, sure, Bulbapedia didn't exist at the time. But you know what did exist at the time? Cerebi.net. I remember that in the late 1990s and the early 2000s, that site used to be one of the most popular Pokemon-related websites on the internet. A lot of people use that site on a fucking regular basis, myself included. And there's one thing that's really bothering me. Whenever people talk about the past, they never bring up fucking message boards. Am I the only person on the fucking internet who still remembers those message boards? They were one of the most popular aspects of the internet in the late 1990s and the early 2000s. And it's not just this guy. Jeremy Jans also overlooked that message boards used to exist in his review of the first Spider-Man movie. What the hell? How come I'm the only one who still remembers those fucking message boards? I mean, they weren't just minor things that only a few people used. Message boards were some of the most fucking popular things on the internet. I mean, sure, not many people use message boards anymore. But back in the late 1990s and the early 2000s, they were very fucking popular, so I'm shocked that so many people forgot all about them.
The majority of Gen X parents didn't play video games at all, let alone on Game Boys with colorful little battle monsters, and they certainly didn't bring their games to work or social gatherings.
Oh, how things have fucking changed since then. I see grown-ass men playing with handheld consoles all the fucking time when I take a bus to work or back home. Hell, I do remember people often playing with consoles during a fucking lunch break. And yes, I can confirm that was true back then, but it's not true anymore. It's incredible how things change with time.
No, the more blatant problem, and the reason I feel this whole type system was maybe cobbled together haphazardly, is the Psychic type. By far the most comically overpowered type of any game in the series for a myriad of reasons.
Honestly, as much as I fucking love the game Pokemon Red, and I'm more than willing to defend it on a lot of aspects, this is one aspect of the game which I can't defend. Yeah, Psychic types were far too fucking overpowered. You might as well put on a fucking invincibility cheat code. It really wasn't fair for the rest of the Pokemon in the fucking game that there was barely a damn thing they could do about the Psychic types. And you know what makes this even worse? According to the Pokemon anime, ghosts are supposed to beat Psychic types, but ghost type moves have no effect. And I am not gonna sugarcoat it, it was fucking stupid of the game designer's part to overlook this and make the anime mislead people into thinking that ghost types are actually strong against Psychic types. And you know what makes this whole thing even fucking worse? The Gengar line is part poison, which means that Psychic types are actually fucking strong against the very Pokemon that are supposed to be strong against the Psychic types. Although in reality they really fucking aren't.
In Generation 1, there were 3 offensive bug-type moves. Leech Life with 20 base power, Twin Needle with 25 base power plus a potential second attack, and Pin Missile with 25 base power plus a random chance of hitting anywhere from 2 to 5 times. There is not a single bug-type move with more than 50 guaranteed base power by these calculations.
Yeah, I feel sorry for bug-type Pokemon in that generation. They deserved so much better moves.
And Psychic, which does 90 base power and can be learned by Venonat, Venomoth, Kadabra, Alakazam, Slowpoke, Slowbro, Drowsy, Hypno, Staryu, Mr. Mime, Mewtwo, Barterfree, Clefairy, Clefable, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, Ghastly, Haunter, Gengar, Execute, Executor, Chansey, Starmie, Electabuzz, Magmar, Lapras, Porygon, and Snorlax.
Alright, let me ask you a question. Was it really necessary to list all of the Pokemon that can learn Psychic? I'm sorry to say, but that pads out the video. Now I understand bringing up examples to help prove your point, but you could have just said that it can be learned by a lot of Pokemon. You didn't need to list every single fucking Pokemon that can learn the move. It would have been better if you didn't. Oh, and on an unrelated note, why the hell couldn't Golduck learn Psychic until in much fucking later generations? That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, Psyduck and Golduck can easily learn Confusion by level up, so logically, they should be able to learn Psychic as well. Makes no goddamn sense to me.
Oh yeah, remember good old Beedrill, your frontline fighter against Psychic types, your stalwart defender against the most broken type of the first generation? It has a dual type shared between Bug and Poison. Bug types do not resist Psychic at all, but Poison is weak to Psychic, which means the best defense against Psychic-type Pokemon and moves is itself weak to fucking Psychic.
Yeah, poor Beedrill. It deserved much better stats than it had.
Onix has a very respectable defense stat at 160, while everything else is pitiful at best.
Yeah, I've been saying this for fucking years. Onix fucking sucks. It's one of the worst Generation 1 Pokemon. It even sucked back when it was introduced. I am so glad that it got an evolution with some much better Pokemon. Steelix, one of my favorites. But anyway, the main reason why Onix sucks so fucking much is that the only stat it has going on for it is the defense. Which means nothing when you can easily defeat Onix with that special attack. Which you can. I will never fucking understand why Bruno, an Elite 4 member, has 2 Onix. That just doesn't sit right with me. An Elite 4 member is supposed to have some of the fucking strongest Pokemon in the region, which Onix isn't, it never was. And you know what makes this even dumber? In Gold and Silver, which are games by the way where Steelix exists, Bruno still has a fucking Onix! Why the hell didn't he evolve it into a Steelix? I can never understand this, it's just so fucking stupid besides Onix is a shitty Pokemon. And guess what, he's also a shitty Pokemon in Gold and Silver. Like he is in all fucking generations.
Your first choice is between Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. For this first area, the only 2 sane options are Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Unless you want to have a really bad time. What Pokemon can you catch before going up against the first gym? Pidgey, Rattata, Nidoran female, Nidoran male, Spearow, Caterpie, Weedle, and Pikachu. What are the good options against Rock-type Pokemon? Well, Pidgey and Pidgeotto are normal flying types, so all of their moves are resisted by the rock typing. All of Rattata's moves are once again resisted by the rock typing. Caterpie and Weedle are in pretty much the same boat. Pikachu's not only extremely rare, but I mean, have you watched the anime? Not a great pick. Butterfree is realistically the only option that makes sense, because it learns Confusion and Poison Powder for some reliable special damage and status ailments to whittle down Brock's team. But even then, there's no guarantee that Butterfree will even last that long with its piss-poor defense. Plus, I recently learned that status ailments don't mean anything, because gym leaders can instantly heal them on a whim. Moral of the story here is that your early game difficulty choices are easy, easy, or grind until it becomes easy. Squirtle learns super effective moves against rock types, and so does Bulbasaur, leaving Charmander in the dust.
Actually, you're wrong. Defeating Brock with a Charmander isn't as hard as you think. In fact, it's very fucking easy. I mean, sure, both Geodude and Onix are rock types, which means that they have an advantage over Charmander, which is a fire type. But you know what both Geodude and Onix have in common? Neither of them have any rock type moves in their movesets. So, the moves they use aren't gonna do much damage anyway. And you know what else they both have in common? Their special defense stat or just special as it's called in Generation 1, are fucking horrible. So all you have to do is to keep using Amber and you will be able to defeat both the Geodude and Onyx in no time at all. I'm sure it might be a bit time consuming, I'm not denying that. But you still don't have to worry about getting hit too much. So just keep using Amber and you will be able to defeat Brock in no time at all. You don't even need to rely on fucking Butterfree.
Despite how much I've rattled on about this, I don't mind too much because I've never exactly needed these games to be Omega Shenron Dark Souls hard. I'm only mentioning it because so many people insist that the original games were challenging and that the new ones pale in comparison. Generation 1 is certainly buggier and more frustrating, but that doesn't really make it more difficult, just kind of makes it more time consuming.
I mean, you are somewhat right. There definitely are aspects of the game that are more frustrating than they are challenging. For example, it's very fucking annoying how rap works in the game, which you bring up in a clip with the skipped. And I completely agree, it's very fucking frustrating. However, there are some parts of the game that are legitimately challenging. One of these being Self-Co, which you are gonna talk about later on in the video, so I will be giving my thoughts on it once we get there.
It's especially grating in some of the long, confusing dungeons you're forced to slog through. It's one thing to plow through a place like the Pokemon Tower, a fairly short set of rooms with a few trainer battles. It's over and done with before you know it, and there's even a neat little story about a dead Marowak. On the other hand, Self-Co is a frustrating nightmare of a dungeon, built around memorizing warp tiles and battling trainer after trainer after trainer.
Alright, I respect your opinion on the Self-Co section of the game, but it's one of my personal favorite parts of the game. I wouldn't say that Self-Co is frustrating, but more so that it is challenging. Yes, you have to think a lot in order to get through the entire fucking building. And that is a good thing, because it means that you have to put some thought into whatever the hell you're doing. I fucking love that part of the game, since you're required to think. I'm sure it might take hours to get through that part of the game, and that's the fun of it in my opinion. I can definitely see how you find it frustrating, but I personally disagree.
Pikachu is a pretty popular one, but I think Raichu's design goes a bit underappreciated. Its tail is a sharper thunderbolt at the end of a wire. It uses its tail to ground itself and protect it from the higher voltage that's taken into its body, most likely as a result of it being more powerful than Pikachu. I like the moodier color choices accentuated by the darker orange and brown. It creates less of a contrast than Pikachu's pure yellow, black, and red, but I think it just makes it cuter.
Yes, Raichu is much fucking better than Pikachu, and it's one of my personal favorite Pokemon as well. And honestly, it pisses me off how much Raichu is overshadowed by not just Pikachu, but a bunch of fucking Pokemon. Raichu doesn't get much attention, and that really pisses me off. It deserves a lot more attention in my opinion, as it is one of my favorites, like I said. And it's not bad at all in competitive play, in fact, it is very damn good.
It might seem like a minor degree of freedom to some, but you have to keep in mind that future games have taken away any semblance of progression-based choice, so feeling any degree of freedom again, however flawed, is pretty refreshing.
Oh, you have no idea how much I fucking agree with this. In Pokemon Black and Beyond, you were forced to go a certain path in order to be able to finish the game. I'm not getting me wrong, I fucking love Pokemon Black. But that's still a massive problem that I have with the game. And this problem progressed through future fucking titles. I'm not sure if that's the case in Pokemon Sword or Shield. But in all the Pokemon games I've played after Pokemon Black, there was no freedom of choice. You were forced to go just one fucking path and you weren't allowed to go elsewhere. And areas that you could access before beating the game also became more rare as the time went on. I have no idea why the hell Game Freak thought this was a good idea. Because it wasn't, obviously. It's a fucking terrible idea. And I want Pokemon games back that actually does feel like you have a freedom of choice.
I guess it is worth noting that another game was released in this generation. In 1999, Pokemon Yellow would hit American shelves, so I guess it's worth briefly going over some of the changes. Spoiler, there's not much.
As you brought this game up, I might as well tell you my opinion on it. It's fucking awful. In fact, it is, in my opinion, the worst main series Pokemon game. It tried to stay faithful to the Pokemon anime. And that was exactly the problem. It was too fucking faithful to the Pokemon anime, to the point that it hurt the game more than it helped it. For example, you couldn't evolve your Pikachu in the game at all into Raichu which was complete bullshit. Another problem is that a lot of the teams were downgraded. All of Lieutenant Surge's Pokemon were removed except for his Raichu. Sabrina doesn't have a variety of Pokemon on her team anymore. She only has the Alakazam evolutionary line. Coca only has the Venomoth evolutionary line. So his great Mach was removed. And Erika had a Weepinbell and a Gloom instead of Victreebel and Vileplume, which was complete bullshit. Yeah, it's a fucking awful game. It should have tried to be good instead of staying faithful to the Pokemon anime. That was a big fucking mistake. Now it's time for my overall thoughts. I'm gonna have to say, this retrospective is interesting. Now, I don't entirely agree with what he says about Pokemon Red. I fucking love Pokemon Red, and it's in fact one of my favorite Pokemon games. So obviously I love that game more than he does. But that is not to say that he doesn't like it, as it's clear that he does fucking like the games Red and Blue. So yeah, this retrospective was interesting. Well guys, you've reached the end of the video. Thank you for watching and you have a fantastic day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze, the movie fan, and back in 2010 till 2013 I used to be a huge fan of Smosh. I used to find their videos extremely fucking funny. But looking back at it, I don't know why the hell I was ever a fan in the first place. Because to be honest with you, their videos were never good to begin with. And today I will be commenting on one of the worst videos that Smosh made back when I was a fan. And that video is Pokemon Theme Revenge. There are a lot of major problems with the video that I have to point out. So anyway, without further ado, let's dive into the video, shall we?
It was the year 2005. YouTube had just begun.
Oh yes, 2005, back when nobody was even aware of YouTube's fucking existence. And when I say nobody, I don't mean it literally. I mean that very few people even knew of the site back then. I mean really now, 2006 really is the year when YouTube started to become big. A lot of YouTubers who still make videos even to this day started that year. I did, James Rolfe did, and even Boogie did. I know that this doesn't really debunk anything that was being said, but I felt like pointing this out since it is useful piece of information.
But randomly, some dick removed it, claiming copyright.
Wow, calling the person who legitimately removed the video for copyrights a dick doesn't make you look credible in the slightest. I'm sure he knows far more about the law than you do. I'm sorry, but no, it wasn't a parody. It doesn't fall under fair use at all. I mean seriously, all you did was lip sync to a song. That doesn't fall under fair use, since you really aren't acting anything. That video was legitimately taken down. You can't even deny that. So the people who took it down had every right to do so.
Oh, you used to be cool till you turned into a tool.
So they aren't cool anymore because they legitimately took down a video for copyright. That is honestly very fucking pathetic. Okay, it's bad enough that you called the guy who legitimately took down the video a dick, but now you're telling the Pokemon Company to go to hell? That is honestly very pathetic. Well, to be fair, they can't take down this video for copyrights since you are adding something to the video, thus it legitimately falls under fair use. But seriously, the way you say this doesn't make you look tough or clever. In fact, it makes you look like a fucking moron.
Had 24 million views, the most viewed on YouTube space.
Okay, there is a problem here that I need to address. This screenshot is supposed to be taken while the video was still up, right? Because if that's the case, it shouldn't have any likes at all. I have been on YouTube since 2006, so I know how the shit works. During the very early days on YouTube, you couldn't like or dislike a video at all. Instead, there was a star system. You could give videos from 1 till 5 stars. But they got rid of that feature after realizing how fucking pointless it was. Since most people only give videos 1 or 5 stars, there are very few people who give a video anywhere between that. But yeah, I know my history when it comes to this site. You have been on YouTube for longer than me. You have been on YouTube since 2005. So you have no excuse to not know this.
Mess with me and I'll teach you. Oh, yeah.
As bad as this video is, I have to give it credit where credit is due. It is fucking awesome to see a Pikachu doll being sliced. Wanna know why that's fucking awesome? Because I absolutely fucking hate that yellow piece of shit. It is one of my most hated Pokemon after all. You need to throw a thunderstone at it as soon as possible because Raichu is a fucking awesome Pokemon and one of my favorites. But yeah, fuck Pikachu. But I am sad to say, but this is the only good part about this video. Since Ryan Higa makes an appearance in this video, I am going to tell you my opinion on him. And I'm not going to say the name of his actual YouTube channel as it has the N-word in it, which is the only swear word I would never use. Anyway, I don't understand why he was at one point one of the most subscribed to YouTubers. Because his videos were never funny, they were just boring. Now of course I'm not saying that people were wrong for liking him, but he never really appealed to me. In fact, there are only 2 users that I can think of that were popular back in 2010 and earlier who were actually good. And they are James Rolfe and Michael Buckley. I'm still a huge fan of both of them and watch their videos even to this day. As for everyone else who was one of the most subscribed to YouTubers back then, yeah, they really weren't that good.
Trying to sue us now.
This is insulting on so many levels. In fact, it is the most insulting part of the video. And considering that a lot of the video is insulting as well, that's really saying something. Look, I don't hate the scene because I think that S'mores is encouraging violence. Of course I know that this is entirely fictionalized and not meant to be taken literally. My problem here is that S'mores is implying that the Pokemon Company was in the wrong for taking down their old Pokemon theme video. Which, as I already explained in this commentary, is wrong. Now it's time for my overall thoughts. This is one of the worst videos that S'mores made in the past. Most of it seemed to me like just whining about the fact that someone legitimately took down their video on the Pokemon theme. Now look, if someone was making a review or a commentary and their videos got taken down by copyright claims, even though their videos clearly fall under fair use, I would be the first in line to defend those people because that's complete bullshit. But the Pokemon theme video S'mores made back in 2005 legitimately doesn't fall under fair use at all. So really, they're in no condition to complain about it. And to be entirely honest with you, most of the videos that they made back when I was a fan are horrible videos. I don't know what the hell I saw in them in the past. Now someone might be wondering if I will commentate on more of S'mores' videos. My answer to that is most likely not. I already made my point in this video that S'mores are horrible. So there would be no point in making another commentary. I'm not saying that I absolutely won't make another commentary, but it's still extremely unlikely. Well guys, here is the end of the video. Thank you for watching and have a great day.
Hey
Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze the Mover and I fucking love Pokemon Rugby. I do. I think it's a great game. But like everything else, it has its share of problems. And in this video we'll be talking about the biggest problem that I have with this game. So, without further ado, let's begin. So what exactly is the problem? Well, the amount of Pokemon owned by traders is far too limited. Why is this an issue? Well, because that means that there is less variety of different Pokemon when battling trainers. Let's talk about Raichu for example. There isn't a single trainer in the fucking game which has a Raichu. Can someone please explain to me why that is? I mean, Pikachu clearly exists in the regional decks. That goes without saying. In fact, several trainers in the fucking game have a Pikachu. But why does no trainer in the game have a fucking Raichu? It makes absolutely no damn sense to me. There should at least be some trainer who has a Raichu, right? And Raichu is not hard to obtain either. All you have to do is to get a Pikachu and then use a fucking Thunderstone on it in the game. So why the hell does Raichu not belong to any trainer? I don't fucking know. It makes no sense to me. Now Tropius is another Pokemon that's not used by any trainer. Now I'm not gonna sit there and pretend that Tropius is a good Pokemon. It's not, obviously. It is one of the worst Pokemon in Generation 3. But come on, there should at least be fucking some trainer who uses a fucking Tropius. There's no trainer in the game which has a Wailord either. Can someone explain to me why that is? I mean, I will admit that Wailord isn't exactly the best Pokemon. But come the fuck on. Very late on in the game, trainers have a Wailmer which are at high enough level that they should evolve to a fucking Wailord by now. But they don't for some reason. I find that strange, to be honest. Now let's talk about the Pokemon which are only used by trainers through calls. There's only one trainer in the entire game with a Golem. Just fucking one. And the only way to access when he has a Golem is to re-challenge him a couple of times. Fucking really, shouldn't there be a trainer at the Victory Road who has a Golem? Well, I will be getting into further detail when this problem becomes very big later. And the same thing applies to Blossom. You can only access the trainer's Blossom when she has it if you re-challenge her a couple of fucking times. Yeah, it's stupid. I don't know what else to say. And the same applies to fucking Alakazam. There is a Psychic who has an Alakazam, but only if you re-challenge him a couple of times. Why is that? Now I understand that Alakazam and Golem are powerful Pokemon, but yeah, I still find it stupid. Hell, with Marshquaren, there's no fucking excuse at all. It's not a special Pokemon. It didn't evolve through special circumstances. It's a Pokemon that evolves normally through level up. At the top of that, it fucking sucks. And yet, for some reason, the only fucking trainer in the game who has one only has it after you challenge him a couple of times. That is so fucking stupid. A trainer should have that Pokemon early on in the game because, like I said, it fucking sucks. So it makes absolutely no sense. At the Victory Road, there are several trainers in there who have a fucking Kadabra. Are you fucking kidding me? Why don't they have an Alakazam instead? I mean, this isn't some regular route that you are at during the middle of the game. It's the fucking Victory Road, which is the final dungeon of the game. So they should by all means have better fucking Pokemon. What the hell is up with this? What the hell? Oh, and there's a trainer with a Rhyhorn instead of a Rhydon at the Victory Road. I mean, seriously, what the hell is up with that? I understand that Rhyhorn evolves very late, but there's no fucking excuse for this. That trainer on Victory Road should have a fucking Rhydon. What the fuck? I know that Rhyhorn is a rare Pokemon in Hoenn. I'm aware of that. But yeah, this is still fucking stupid in all honesty. Thankfully, Pokemon Emerald fixed that problem for the most part. You see, there are actually a couple of trainers who have Pokemon like Tropius and Wailord. There is no trainer in Emerald who has a Huntail. And also his counterpart Gorbis, but I don't care about that, so I'm not bringing that up. Anyway, I think I know the reason why no trainer in that game has a Huntail. Because that Pokemon is obscure as shit. No one ever talks about it. Which sucks because design wise it looks fucking awesome and I also think it's pretty fucking cool in competitive play. Yeah, it sucks that no trainer has a Huntail in Pokemon Emerald because, like I said, Huntail is fucking awesome. No trainer has a Sedinja either. Now you could say that the reason they don't is because Sedinja has no weaknesses, therefore it would make the game too difficult. Well, if you do say that, you are full of shit. Serpentine is actually one of the easiest Pokemon to knock down due to the fact that it only has 1 HP. At the top of that, moves like Hail and Toxic can knock it down very fucking easily too. So no, it wouldn't make the game too hard, so it's knocking down a Serpentine is very fucking easy. But it's a terrible Pokemon though, so lack of trainers having it isn't that big of a deal to me. Now just to be clear, I don't think every non-legendary Pokemon in the game needs to be owned by at least one trainer in the game. Hell, in many cases I'm cool with that. Discovering a Pokemon on your own, which doesn't belong to any trainer, is a good thing, it really is. I mean, there's no trainer in Pokemon Red that has a Golem, and discovering a Golem on your own is fun. And as far as I know, there's no trainer in Gold or Silver that has a Scizor, but it's still fun to discover it on your own. But I still really think that this game went way too fucking overboard with that. Seriously, the lack of Pokemon owned by trainers in Pokemon Rugby is fucking boring, it really is. Since that means that I will be seeing the same few Pokemon over and over again throughout the fucking game. And that's just not fun. There might be a few Pokemon lacking when it comes to trainers in Pokemon Red and Gold, but at least with these games there is a huge variety of Pokemon owned by trainers, but in Pokemon Rugby not so much. Yeah, I love the game, but that's still a huge fucking issue that I have with it. Well guys, you've reached the end of the video. Thank you for watching, have a great day. Hey guys, what's up? This is Blaze, the movie fan, and there's something that I need to address. I often hear people say that something related to Pokemon is weird because it doesn't follow real life logic. And I'm here to tell you that's not how it fucking works. Just because something in Pokemon doesn't follow real life logic doesn't mean that it's quote weird. It just means that it's not like real life. Unfortunately, a lot of YouTubers fail to understand this, and they call something related to Pokemon weird because it's not like real life. However, I found a Pokemon related video that is legitimately weird, and I am using the word weird in the correct context, unlike those people. So anyway, I really don't know how the hell to describe this video except for the fact that it's just weird. So let's dive in, shall we? What the hell is going on? Why would a huge pink Pokeball be floating in space? This is the only good part of the video. This animation is fucking awesome, and I really like it. Not to mention those Pokemon are cute. If the entire video was like that, I would have nothing to complain about. Okay, putting a toy that's fully clothed in bath feels incredibly wrong to me. Now don't get me wrong, of course I don't want to see Ash Ketchum naked because I'm not a pedophile. But who the hell takes a bath with all his clothes on? That's just very bizarre to me. Again, what the hell is going on? Okay, I can tell from the speech bubble there that Ash feels very uncomfortable in that bath because of the thing that got in there. But here's a question, why the hell doesn't he just get out of there? I mean, it seems like a simple solution to me. Hold on, is this a fucking ad? It sure looks that way to me. It's official then! This is a fucking ad. Wow, this is just a weird and bizarre way to advertise an item. I mean seriously, this doesn't make me go, that product looks interesting, I might buy it. Instead, it makes me go, what the hell is going on and what the hell is up with that thing? If it's supposed to be an ad, it fails because it doesn't make me interested in buying the fucking product. Not like I would buy it anyway since I don't collect toys, but you get my point. Oh, I already did. I did it shortly after I saw this video for the first time. The reason why I subscribed to that fucking channel is because that video was so fucking weird that I just had to check the channel out to see what other weird bizarre shit is uploaded on the channel. And yes, I have seen more videos from that channel. And let me tell you, other videos uploaded over there, yeah, they're just as fucking weird and bizarre as this video is. They wanna make me go, what the hell is going on? Now it's time for my overall thoughts. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't enjoy this video, because I did. It's so fucking funny because of how weird it is. But funny doesn't necessarily mean good. In this case, it doesn't mean good at all. This is a bad video, for sure. It doesn't make any sense. But at the same time though, it's so bad that it's funny. Yeah, just like The Fucking Room. It's about at the same level of bizarreness as that movie is. Anyway, people, we have reached the end of the video. Thank you all for watching, and you all have a fantastic day.